Marvis, I believe CARB staff is part of the attendees list. Can we promote Vernon Hughes to panelist, please?
Yes, I will promote.
Madam Clerk, I may have used Paula's link and it lists my name as Paula Forbes. Would you have an opportunity on your end to update that when you have a chance?
I'll do it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Vernon Hughes, just doing a mic check as well. Thanks for the promotion to panelist.
Thanks for coming, Vernon.
Thank you, Vernon.
Madam Clerk, let me know when you're ready.
Well, we should be ready in just a few minutes. Madam Chair, I'm speaking with Vice Chair Sanchez to get her into the meeting now.
Fantastic. Hi, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hold on just a minute. Let me see if, are you able to, okay, that's okay. I know that there is a link on our website, and of course my computer is not letting me get to it. If you go to the governing board website, there's a Zoom meeting link and we can just promote you from there. Thanks. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the July 16, 2020 meeting of the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District Governing Board. Before we begin the meeting, I'd like to inform the public that simultaneous Spanish language interpretation is available. I would also ask the interpreter to please go over the accessibility features in Spanish at this time.
Bienvenidos sean todos y muchas gracias por acompañarnos hoy. Antes de empezar esta reunión, explicaremos las funciones necesarias para acceder a la interpretación simultánea al español. Si están utilizando su computadora portátil o computadora de escritorio, favor de localizar el icono con figura de globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla cuando éste aparezca en un minuto después de esta explicación y luego pulsen en interpretación del lenguaje, en inglés dice Language Interpretation, y seleccionen el idioma español. Si están sintonizándonos desde su teléfono, iPad o dispositivo similar, busquen el menú con los 3 puntitos en la esquina superior del lado derecho de la pantalla y pulsen Interpretación del lenguaje y luego español. Esto permite que escuchen la traducción al español con un 80% de volumen y el audio en inglés se escuchará al fondo con un 20% de volumen. Si desean ustedes apagar la función del audio en inglés, entonces pongan mute original y audio y así van a escuchar solo la versión en español. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. And now I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 1:35. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you. Before I call the roll, I would ask that all board members please turn on the English channel. You can find that through your interpretation button at the bottom of the screen. Also, I would like to note that all board members are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be taken by roll call vote. With that, Member Birkbeck Garcia,
Present.
Member Bush, Member Elo Rivera,
Present.
Member Fletcher,
Fletcher here.
Member Gomez, Member Martinez,
Here.
Member Medina,
Here.
Member Shu,
Here.
Member Whitburn,
Here.
Vice Chair Sanchez,
Here.
Chair Vargas.
Vargas here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I remind board members to please turn your cameras on and everyone to mute your microphone if you're not speaking. If you would like to comment, please raise your hand and I will recognize you. Let's move on to public communication. We're gonna, there's an opportunity for members of the public to speak to the board on any subject matter within the board's jurisdiction, but not on an item on today's agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public that wish to address the board under this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have received no request to speak under non-agenda public communication this afternoon.
Okay. Oh, and there you are. I think Georgette, I wanted to make sure that you're on. Thank you. Let's see. So first, we need to approve the minutes from June 18th. We will go ahead and, is there a motion to approve? Thank you. Thank you, Member Birkbeck Garcia, second by Member Gomez. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Birkbeck Garcia,
Yes.
Member Bush, Member Elo Rivera,
Yes.
Member Fletcher,
Fletcher, aye.
Member Gomez,
Yes.
Member Martinez,
Yes.
Member Medina,
Yes.
Member Shu,
Aye.
Member Whitburn,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez, Chair Vargas.
Hi, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Was that Vice Chair Sanchez? Were you registering a yes vote?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. And Chair Vargas?
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Thank you. That motion passes with all board members who are present voting aye.
Thank you. All right, so our next item is our interim APCO report. And before Mr. Ryder begins, I would like to actually officially thank him and take this moment to recognize him and thank him for his tenure and his service to the county and to APCD, and for stepping in to be the interim director in this role. I know it's been really tough. There's been so much happening. There's so much transition, and he has done such a fantastic job helping us navigate this. He has assisted tremendously with the transition from the county and has been instrumental in advancing the completion of the AB 617 SERP. And so we really appreciate you, Rob, and we thank you. And I don't know if other members want to have any comments, but let me just go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Ryder.
Thank you so much. I really deeply appreciate it, Chair Vargas. It's been the highlight of my 29-year career to serve in this capacity over the last year. So thank you so much. And the board members already did express their farewells last hearing. So those will stick with me for the rest of my days. So thank you so much. With that, I just wanted to I also want to thank staff who stepped up tremendously to support me. I could not have done anything without staff. I just, you know who you are. Thank you so much for all you've done. And to the board and to staff, I look forward to being a customer in the future as part of the breathing public, and look forward to assisting APCD any way I can. So feel free to reach out in the future. I'll be in touch. With that, the report for today. I just wanted to let you know that the district will be hosting 3 public webinars over the next few weeks. The first will be on July 21st, where staff will present and gather public feedback on draft amendments to the district's rule to control air pollution from boilers. So that's our first workshop on the 21st. Then on July 29, we'll be hosting a public webinar on our draft report on the district's permitting actions taken throughout the 2020 calendar year. And if there are opportunities for further engaging the public in these permitting actions. And this report will be presented to your board later this year and fulfills a requirement of AB 423, the legislation that established this new independent agency. And then on August 5th, we'll host a public webinar to present and gather feedback on our draft amendments to our toxics rule to further protect public health. And I know there's quite a bit of interest in that project. So we're hosting a webinar on August 5th to gather feedback on our draft amendments to that rule. We've been conducting outreach to publicize these events, and more information is available on the district's website. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My computer's acting weird. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ryder. We appreciate it. Are there any questions for Mr. Ryder at this time? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to our first agenda item is the resolution amending the dates and times for regular meetings for the Air Pollution Control District Governing Board. We went back and forth, and I wanted to say thank you to all the board members for working with APCD and my office, my team, to identify the proposed dates and times for our regular meetings. I want to thank the clerk for sending the board meeting schedule with which covers our meetings for August to December. A reminder that we will not be meeting in August, and we're finding a location to have the September meeting in person. If approved, the meeting schedule will be posted on our website, and I really appreciate everybody's flexibility, since I know everybody's super busy, and I know there's a couple of conflicts, but we're going to make it happen. And so, Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public that wish to provide public testimony on this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no members of the public wishing to address the board on this item this afternoon.
All right. Any of the board members who have any comments? I think you have the information in front of you. There's a couple of different dates. Okay. Yes, Member Martinez.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I do support the change of a schedule. I will occasionally have a scheduling conflict because I'm part of the San Diego County Water Authority, and sometimes we have a special meeting on the second Thursday. So I'll do my best to balance that out. So I just wanted to lift that up, but I will be supporting the schedule change.
Thank you. And what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that like as soon as we come back, we're going to look at the schedule for next year, just so that we can get ahead of everything else. And so we're looking at everybody's schedule to try to find a time, since I know there's some conflicts between now and December for some folks, but I think we're going to be okay. With that, any other comments? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Who moved it? I didn't see. Can you do me a favor? Can you say your name when you move and then your name when you second? Because I
Jack
can't.
Shoes, so move.
Okay, thank you, sir. Who second? Is there a second?
Birkbeck Garcia, second.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. All right, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Thank you, Chair Vargas. Member Birkbeck Garcia,
Aye.
Member Bush, Member Elo Rivera,
Yes.
Member Fletcher,
Fletcher, aye.
Member Gomez,
Yes.
Member Martinez,
Yes.
Member Medina,
Aye.
Member Shu,
Aye.
Member Whitburn,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez,
Sanchez, aye.
Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Thank you. That motion passes with all board members who are present voting aye.
Thank you so much, everyone. We are some of the busiest people I've ever met. All right, next item, number 2, update on after action review of the Navy vessel fire that happened a year ago, July 2020. APCD staff has prepared a presentation on this item. Madam Clerk, can you please provide the public instructions for those that wish to speak on this item? They will be heard after the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. I would ask those members of the public that have requested to speak on this item to please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. You will have an opportunity to address the board after the staff presentation.
Thank you. All right, I'll turn it over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, would you please pull up the presentation? Thank you so much. Excuse me just one second. Thank you. So as Chair Vargas noted, this week marks 1 year since a devastating fire erupted on the USS Bonhomme Richard while it was dockside receiving maintenance and upgrades. Sailors and firefighters courageously battled the blaze while thick smoke billowed into the surrounding portside community and beyond. Portside residents complained of headaches and coughing from the smoke and of being overwhelmed by odors of burning plastic, causing headaches, coughing, and irritation of the eyes, throat, and sinuses. Problems with notification procedures resulted in the district not being informed of the incident until well over 8 hours after the fire started. Once aware of the incident, the district immediately deployed air monitoring resources and issued a smoke advisory in English and Spanish, advising residents who may be sensitive to smoke to stay inside and restrict physical activity. The air monitoring and our public updates on the data collected continued throughout the incident. So with that very sobering context, today I and Dr. David Soderman, who's the district's new Chief of Air Monitoring and Technical Services, will provide a high-level overview of the district's air monitoring response during and after the fire, and the lessons we've learned that will help to improve our response to any future incidents. Accordingly, if it's acceptable to the board, staff will be returning this fall with a range of options to enhance the district's incident response capabilities. Next slide, please. So more specifically, today we'll talk briefly about the command structure for responding to incidents, the district's response timeline to the Navy ship fire, our air monitoring and public outreach efforts during the incident, lessons learned, and next steps. Next slide, please. Existing emergency response plans identify the roles for federal, state, and local agencies to respond to all types of emergencies. In the event of a major incident, the lead agency is to establish a unified command to oversee a multi-agency organized approach to managing the incident in a manner that minimizes impacts on the public. When an incident occurs on federal or military land, the federal government assumes the lead role and state and county assistance is provided upon request. Emergency response agencies have the primary responsibility for scene management during an incident. The district is neither an emergency response agency nor a first responder. Rather, the district's response contributes in an advisory or support capacity to emergency response agencies through the unified command. We do that by conducting supplemental air monitoring in downwind areas outside of the hot zone. And then we present the data to the unified commander, who will have health professionals interpret the data in regards to the health risk posed to residents. The unified command will then relay that message to the community, and the district will conduct complementary outreach efforts. I would now like to turn over to Dr. David Soderman to go over APCD's response during the Bonhomme Richard incident. David, please.
Thank you, Rob. Next slide, please. Good afternoon, board members. Here's the timeline of the district's activities on Sunday, July 12th, the day that the fire started aboard the Navy ship. The fire started around 9 a.m., but due to gaps in communication from responding agencies, the APCD leadership was not made aware of the fire until 5:30 p.m. We then deployed air monitoring resources immediately thereafter. Within an hour of being made aware of the fire, the district issued a smoke advisory on our website homepage and then worked with county leadership on translating it into Spanish, which was also posted on our homepage. Both smoke advisories were emailed to our Portside Community Listserv, which include residents in the Portside communities and members of the Portside Community Steering Committee. I would like to acknowledge the gap in time between when the fire started and when APCD was notified. This gap will be addressed later in the presentation in the lessons learned slide. Next slide, please. On Monday, July 13th through Sunday, July 19th, the district continued to collect additional samples in the community. In addition to the sampling conducted, a notice of violation was issued to the Navy on the 13th for creating a public nuisance and visible emissions. The case for these violations is still open. The district could only measure roughly 60 compounds, and there are many more compounds in the air. We sent our data along with our historical data to the California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, OEHA. OEHA determined that although some compounds were measured to be at elevated concentrations relative to historical data, they were lower than levels set by OEHA that would indicate a potential health hazard for those measured compounds. However, the smoke did create a public nuisance and negatively impacted the surrounding communities. While there is no information available regarding the cumulative effects the fire had on the surrounding community, the district took a comprehensive and health protective approach and continued to display the smoke advisory that advised to limit physical activity if you smell smoke and assume that the air quality level is unhealthy. The district also created a webpage dedicated to the Navy fire and had a prominent link on its webpage from our homepage. This webpage discussed the supplemental air sampling during the fire, the results of those samples, a copy of the notice of violation, and the Navy fire question and answer. The district posted the monitoring data on its website, promoted the data through its social media accounts, and updated the data 3 times a day, every day, until 3 days after the fire was declared extinguished, which was July 16th. District staff also conducted numerous interviews with the media and county leadership addressing public questions and concerns. We strove to relay this complex information into plain language for the public to understand the air quality impacts from the fire. Next slide, please. This map shows the numerous locations that the district conducted sampling during the Navy ship fire. The air monitoring locations were chosen based on existing monitoring locations, forecasted smoke path made each morning, and/or public complaints regarding strong odors. Staff were instructed to ensure that prior to collecting samples, that odors were detected at that location and/or the wind direction was from the ship fire. I would like to now turn it back over to our interim APCO, Rob Ryder, to go over the lessons learned.
Next slide, please. So what did the district learn from this incident? We've identified gaps in 3 major categories: incident preparedness, incident coordination, and communication. For preparedness, the district's existing emergency response protocols are primarily focused on wildfire smoke monitoring. We currently do not have a formalized incident response plan to address industrial incidents such as the Navy vessel fire. Therefore, we're currently developing a comprehensive plan to document and enhance our response procedures. Secondly, for incident coordination, there was a gap in communication between responding agencies. Since the incident, the district has strengthened its relationship among the agencies. Moreover, the incident response plan that we're developing will identify the regional response agencies and their respective roles. And the district has reached out to these partners to ensure the district will be included in future incident simulation exercises. And then last, for communication, while a federal command was set up, it didn't include the local agencies, including the district. For this reason, the district's public communication was not coordinated through the federal command. So to enhance the district's communication and outreach procedures going forward, we've hired a public outreach coordinator And we're in the process of recruiting and hiring a public information officer. Further, the district's developing a public participation plan to enhance our outreach and communication practices. Next slide, please. The district will continue to coordinate with ARB and other agencies as we develop a comprehensive incident response plan. We'll return to the board this fall with options to enhance our incident response capabilities, and the board's input will help inform plan development. Additionally, CARB is conducting a comprehensive review of the district's response to the Navy vessel fire. CARB plans to conduct a public workshop this summer to gather community input, and then we'll publish a report with specific recommendations for enhancing the district's incident response capabilities and preparedness. This information will help to inform development of the district's incident response plan. Last but certainly not least, last August, the Board of Supervisors approved Supervisor Fletcher's recommendation to fund an air district program to provide residential air filtration and air monitoring devices for up to 1,000 residences in the Portside community who were impacted by smoke from the fire. The APCD has selected and entered into contracts to purchase the residential air filters and monitoring equipment, and we're in the process of securing a contractor to assist with program administration. And further, staff are coordinating with the Port of San Diego, which may offer additional funding to expand the program to more homes in the Portside community. So we'll keep you and the public posted and provide the board with any significant updates on program implementation. Next slide, please. So that concludes today's presentation. We thank you for your time. We thank Board Member Medina and the board for asking us to bring this item to you today to give you this important update, and we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder and APCD staff for providing this update. Are there any members of the public that wish to provide public testimony on this item, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Chair Vargas. We have received no requests to speak under this item this afternoon.
Are any members of the board that would like to share? All right, Mr. Medina. You're on mute, sir.
Thank you. I would first like to thank APCO, Interim APCO Ryder, not only for this report, but also for all his help and responsiveness and my inquiries about the ship fire and overall for his assistance while I've been on the board. And also to Dr. Soderman for his help and the other staff. I do have a question in terms of preparedness. And since it seems like our role is both in terms of gathering information as well as communicating to the public, I first would like to find out, what you mentioned that some of the sampling is limited to what analytes you can sample for. Is there any plan to make that capability more robust for future incidents, either internally or through connection with other laboratories? What can you tell us about that?
Yeah. Thank you. Through the chair, Board Member Medina, yes. For context, APCD has been meeting every couple of weeks with ARB staff who have expertise in incident response, and they have raised the issue of our resources needing to be expanded. And so what we do plan to do is go to a public workshop first to gather some public feedback, but then to present to the board this fall with some options for expanding our monitoring capabilities to expand the number of pollutants, the number of equipment we have available, and just to ensure that we are better prepared, because as David mentioned, the equipment we have is typically for outdoor air quality, not for incidents with large, heavy, thick plumes of smoke. And so we do need better equipment to accurately measure what's in that smoke. So we'll be coming back to the board with some options. And as part of the budget adjustment this year, there may need to be some discussion of directing resources to in alignment with what the board would like in terms of our response capabilities. So we're exploring using other labs if necessary, purchasing other equipment. We'd also like to leverage the resources of the Air Resources Board, the EPA, and other responding agencies. That was another gap where we learned toward the end of the incident, that there are additional capabilities that could have been deployed if necessary from state and federal agencies. So part of our incident response plan is just to leverage all those resources in addition to expanding our own, if the board would like to do so.
And just as a follow-up, Madam Chair, if I may allow, all the smoke eventually settles. All the particulates, all the metals, everything, all the toxics that are in there eventually settle on surfaces. Is there any plan or any capabilities that would allow to determine what concentrations may have settled in the Portside community and other affected communities, and how that may be affecting health in the long term?
Board Member Medina, I think you just gave us a terrific recommendation to do that. I actually don't think internally we've discussed that approach for that at this point. But with your question, we'd be happy to explore that as part of our incident response efforts going forward.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Member Gomez and Member Shu, and then Member Hilo Rivera.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Rob and David, for the presentation. I have a couple of things, and I remember I was in office during the fire, so my office got contacted pretty early into the fire occurring, and we were in contact with the board and just trying to figure out how to move forward. I think there was a lot of questions from the community, and nobody really knew, and nobody had answers. So I just think that communication is very, very critical. That, hopefully there is going to be an opportunity to improve what gets shared with the community. People were wondering if they should be going outside, or I actually remember being in my home in City Heights and I could breathe the contaminants in the air. And not only was I hearing from nearby community members, I was hearing from folks that were in La Mesa, actually. So that's how far the fumes expanded. So I do think that communication, as we are evaluating, needs to improve beyond putting alerts on the website, beyond emailing to current people that are on our listserv. I think this is where we need to use the radio. This is where we need to utilize the emergency texting that we get sometimes, that folks are looking for someone that, something like that, it was that severe. So the Amber Alerts. And so just to really expand on our communication with community members is very critical. In addition to that, I do think that one thing that came from the scrambling that occurred from different agencies, I know the port allocated a certain amount of money to do brief relocations of residents to hotels. So I do think that there should be a conversation about creating an emergency fund for relocation, especially because we are dealing with older communities that do not have air conditioning. It was a hot day. So people were just, there was a lot of questions and they didn't know where to go. And that happened several days after. So in the meanwhile, people are inhaling the fumes. These are maybe people that are already having health issues related to respiratory illnesses. So I do think that there should be a discussion about creating a fund, emergency fund for a reaction that shouldn't just come from APCD. I think there needs to be a conversation with the port. There needs to be a conversation with the Navy. I don't know what happened with the Navy in terms of, was there a violation that was issued from the fire? And if so, where did that money go? Because I do think that those types of monies need to be put into this emergency fund if we do create one. I just think really the reaction to I'm glad that firefighters, did a really great job. And I know that they were in the middle of it. And I really appreciate their work. But I just do think that as we just went through creating the hotspots report, I always thought, actually used to do organizing in this community. I always thought that there needs to be some sort of implementation plan on responding to emergencies, because we know these situations will occur. It's just a matter of when and how we're going to react to it. And I do know as well that nobody has a reaction plan, a responsive plan to emergencies like these. And I think this is a awakening opportunity to really be, we got to just be proactive. I know that we can't relocate the industries, but this should be part of what we do by citing industries nearby community members. So I'm glad that we're looking into it. I hope that we can maybe convene a meeting. I don't know if there has been a meeting with all the different local agencies that intersect in this particular location, and how do we create a better plan collectively beyond APCD. So is that something that has occurred, Rob, or have we pulled together a meeting?
There have been, there was a meeting of the elected officials, to sort of a debriefing after the event as to what some of the gaps were. And then as I noted, well, the Environmental Health Coalition requested the Air Resources Board to conduct a thorough review. And as part of that, we're learning which agencies needed to be involved. And we've reached out to those agencies, ensured they have our contact information and we have theirs. We are partnering with the Navy on an incident response simulation in the coming weeks. So we do have some tabletop exercises planned with responding agencies, but nothing to share specifically yet in that regard. So we've been doing a lot of individual outreach, but not a single meeting with all the agencies together.
So I'm happy to lead, specifically because it's in District 1. I'm happy to lead some of those efforts, and had been talking to Sandy at the port about the fact that they're actually working on an item like that. And so maybe between Chair Fletcher and I on the county side, we can work with our emergency services and bring a group of folks together so we can begin to think about the big picture, long-term, particularly for this region and what that means. And so many of us serve on a lot of the same committees. So I think we can put something together and move forward.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to take the lead on that with.
Yeah. I think that's important. So thank you, Chair, for that. And really trying to put something together. I think it's really important. And I hope that as we convene those discussions, that they go beyond wording. I do think that there needs to be a fund created to really think about when things like these happen, that there's enough resources to allocate to move people in an emergency manner that do not have the resources to go in and check into a hotel, because that's going to be needed. And as climate change gets worse, I think we're going to need more of it. So I just really think that is really critical. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I do have a question for David. Sorry. You mentioned the 16 compounds. Can you speak more on that? What does that mean, 16 compounds? What does it mean? Okay. Not a scientist here.
Right. So the 60 different compounds, the methodology that we took to grab those samples that we do, they're called toxic volatile organic compounds. They include compounds like benzene, toluene, 1,3-butadiene. It's a list of different chemical compounds that are able to be quantified from a certain method.
So what would that mean in layman's terms, in terms of I'm a kid that is breathing these 16 compounds that already has asthma? What does that mean to me?
That's a good question. Those compounds, I'm not too sure how they determine why those 60 compounds should be quantified under that methodology. But I think it's just a wide range of toxic organic compounds. There's many more, but these compounds are probably ones that are the easiest to measure in terms of being able to get a standard, and being able to, those standards are then stable, that you can then put them on a shelf and then pull them off when need be. Yeah, I mean, there's lots and lots, there's hundreds of compounds out there that affect people's health. And unfortunately, it's extremely difficult to measure all of them. And so this is a subset of those compounds.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Member Chu?
I'd like to actually just follow up on that point. So David, what does that mean if I took a walk during that period and breathe in those compounds, regardless of my age, or maybe by age, you can tell me what does that do to me? We're able to calculate the potential from one of our hotspots, incidence of cancer, a few more per million. Do we have anything like that with breathing in these compounds for a couple of days?
And David, may I start with sort of a big picture and defer to you to follow up? Member Shu, so if one were to be exposed to the smoke, clearly breathing smoke of any kind is not good, obviously. And so we would, as our smoke advisory did, caution the public to avoid outdoor activity if they smell or see the smoke to the extent they can, to avoid exposure to that smoke. Now, with the smoke itself, it inflames the lungs and irritates the eyes and the nose and everything else, so it really can exacerbate asthma conditions. In terms of the individual compounds in the smoke, we refer to the state health experts to guide us on what the safe limits are for those compounds. And so in our samples that we measured, clearly the smoke had an adverse impact on the public. But in terms of the individual compounds within the smoke, those are the 60 compounds we measured. And some of those did have elevated levels compared to background. But the problem is the health studies on those are for longer exposure period, not for a fire that lasts a couple of days, but maybe for a longer time, up to a year of exposure, for example. So something a lot longer than what was the public was exposed to here. So in translating specific health impacts for chemicals, we don't have the studies weren't designed regarding a smoke incident this big. It's more ambient background air, what's safe to breathe and what's not. But once you're talking about smoke, clearly should not breathe it. Whatever's in the smoke, it'll irritate and inflame the lungs. Then the chemicals within the smoke could further exacerbate things. That's what individually we weren't seeing where we monitored these chemicals rising to super alarming levels. Nevertheless, the cumulative impact of, say, the 60 that we measured, individually, they may have been lower than the levels that if you breathe for a year or something would cause harm, obviously. But cumulatively, even on a short term, we just don't know what the health impacts could be. And that's why we took the cautious approach and kept the advisory out all week. So I hope that it answers it. I'm not sure I've answered your question.
Rob, if I may add just a couple of things. One thing that I would like to mention is that CARB's assessment of APCD's response will also include a discussion of health impacts. And one of the gaps also for us in APCD to address in our incident response plan is our partnership with health agencies that can help us determine those health effects, because as air experts, we have the expertise in monitoring and assessing the different levels of the contaminants, but we need to rely on the health experts to help us interpret what the data means for the health of the public. So that's an area of weakness that was assessed from our response and from our current capabilities. So we're looking to strengthen that by making partnerships with health agencies in the region and statewide, so that we can get that information out to the public as well.
Sure. Thank you for that kind of a background. I presume for these compounds, many of them, the amount of air collected exceeded whatever is considered healthy. Is that correct?
There were compounds that were higher than the levels that the health experts say could potentially cause a health risk, but over longer exposure periods than just.
Sure, I understand that. How many times more?
I fear I don't. I know that some of the levels they study are on an annual basis, but I know it goes down into shorter time periods than annual. I don't believe though there's hourly or 24-hour exposures. I may be wrong on that, but the ones that were exposed, if memory serves, the chemicals that did have elevated levels, it was less than the time frame at which the state would have told us there's potential for health risks. So
I understand. Do we know how many, if there was an increase in emergency admissions of people who had ill effects from this event? Is there any assessment of health impacts that we may have seen in the hospitals?
Rob, you're on mute.
Excuse me. From a staff perspective, we have not done any research on hospital admissions during the incident. That's a bit beyond our scope, unless the board would like us to expand in that area, perhaps. But
no, I don't know if everything has to be on us to do it. Maybe the Navy should be doing that. But in any case, what I want to lead to is it's a year after, and one of the issues that Member Medina pointed out is we should know more now, but the public hasn't been informed of what happened. So what I'm leading to is, too bad we don't have a public information officer on board already, or maybe we do, but
not quite yet.
It may be incumbent on us. If the Navy doesn't do it, or we could do it together with the Navy or other agencies, other federal agencies, to give a report of this is what happened, this is what effects are in terms of health impacts. These are compounds that are out there that people were subjected to, and we're going to try to do better in the future. But I think that kind of information is valuable to the public, even though the fire's out, that what you breathe in. And one of the reasons why I think that's important is, should something like that happen again, that tells me I better stay in, because breathing that stuff that I smelled wasn't very good. I can tell you in La Mesa, when I smelled the smoke, I knew it was bad, because it smelled like the kind of smoke I would get on other kinds of fires that I've been taught before. You definitely don't want to smell that. It's very different than being next to a campfire and getting a whiff of that smoke. I knew that was a chemical smoke, that it was going to, but not everyone knows that. And I think we need to provide that information to the public. And if the Navy doesn't feel that it's their responsibility, I certainly think it's our responsibility to maybe do that at some point. And if there is an impact in the community, with people going into hospitals needing assistance, or any other kind of financial impact because people had to stay indoors or had to go someplace, that's another assessment that I think is incumbent on either us or the Navy or someone to do that. So that kind of after action report needs to happen.
Maybe, Member Chu, what we could do is ask staff if they can gather some of the information and come back and let us know what the next steps would be. I think that one of the challenges we're going to have with the healthcare data is that many of our members of our community don't have actual access to healthcare. And so that creates some barriers in terms of actual real data that's going to be, that we're going to be able to analyze. So but I do think, I agree with you that the information has to be shared. And I know that the bringing in a public information officer on board is going to be one of the priorities. And so we are in transition on the board, but would you be fine with requesting that assessment from staff so we can come back?
I think that kind of assessment is going to be helpful. And that what I really thought when Member Medina brought this up, that's what he was going towards, because we may not be at a point in which we can do a cost recovery, but we should see the overall cost to the community. And I know it'll be an undercount, right, in terms of health as well as financial impact for someone that has to leave the community because they have health conditions. So they had to stay in a motel or decided they needed that vacation that they weren't planning on doing to a neighbor or a family member. So we don't know how much of that really happened. We may not be able to do a cost recovery, but I think this information is important to give out to the public. And I don't know if the Navy is going to be doing that or is doing that. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Okay, we'll make it as part of our next steps. Member Ila Rivera and then Member Burbeck Garcia on this item.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick question. I'm just kind of curious to what extent federal agencies have communicated their lessons learned and made commitments to how they'll improve coordination in the future.
Thank you, Member Ila Rivera. My understanding is that the federal government is conducting a couple of studies, a rehash of the incident and what happened, and possibly even a criminal investigation based on reports in the paper. My understanding is that report has been drafted and is under review by military leadership. And so I know the public is anxiously awaiting for that report. That should address, I think, the point you raised about any gaps occurring at the Navy.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Member Rebecca Garcia.
Thank you so much for giving us this report that Member Medina requested. I wanted to echo Member Gomez's comment about more public information in the media and in the radio. But in addition to that, was the county Department of Public Health notified? Were any of the local hospitals or large medical groups notified? Because I know that I was actually working my 24-hour shift on the day of this fire, and I had no idea any of this was going on because I didn't have the television on, I didn't have the radio on, and I didn't realize until the next day why I was so busy in the emergency department with all these kids, you know, with asthma and difficulties with breathing. And so I was just wondering if that has been thought of in addition to the health agencies that are being brought in, just letting local hospitals know what is going on.
Rob, you went on mute.
Thank you, Member Birkbeck Garcia. No, to my knowledge, we didn't separately reach out to hospitals, for example, or other medical groups like that. One thing is, had there been a unified command developed in this case, including the local agencies, the public health department would have been brought into that unified command along with the APCD, so that, you know, as in a coordinated fashion, there would have been a lot additional messaging and notifications occurring. Without that, the district was operating independently, and we don't have those channels with the hospitals. So unfortunately, that was a gap. So going forward, that needs to be addressed and should be addressed as part of a unified command that pulls in every agency that may have a role, outreach or health-wise or otherwise, to coordinate in better protecting the public during the incident.
Thank you.
All right, Member Gomez.
Thank you. I have a couple of additional suggestions, and I'll try to make them very quick. One is, after hearing the whole discussion about health and the impacts, I think that there might be some room as we think about developing the budget to perhaps consider creating a health officer position. I think it's really critical just because of the nature of what we oversee and what it leads to some of the impacts. So it's just for us to fruit for thought. And then the other piece is that I know for a fact that people do care about this particular discussion. And I think the reason we didn't get input is because there wasn't really anything that was reported until it got reported. So I don't think, if I'm a regular public, I don't know what's going to be discussed. So to get my comments ready on something that we didn't have a public report. So I'm saying that because I think that I would want us to make this PowerPoint available, publish it, and then maybe have a continuation of this discussion for the public to engage in September, Chair. I think there might be some opportunity there.
Sounds good. Duly noted. Any other member comments? Member Medina.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, listening to Rob, I get the sense that one of the things we fell on was relying on outside agencies to review our performance. And I would say that if something like this were to happen again, we should have the internal capability to immediately analyze what we did and have a post-incident report available to the board, rather than just rely that another outside agency is going to come in, because it's been a year and that outside agency is still, while they're working on it, they haven't come through with any particular information. And so I think that would address Member Gomez's issue about having our own response available to the public in a timely manner. So I would encourage us to also consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no action required on this item, just information. I think we have a couple of follow-up items on this, and so we'll continue on. Thanks to everyone for your comments. The next item is item number 3, Portside Community Emission Reduction Plan. This is a very important item for everyone. Can you please provide the public instructions for those that wish to speak on this item? They're going to be heard after the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. I would ask those members of the public that have requested to speak on this item to please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. You will have an opportunity to address the board after the staff presentation. Again, I would be mindful that you are using the dial-in number and not the link.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I will turn it over to the staff for our presentation.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. Madam Clerk, if you could please pull up the presentation for this item. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and members of the board. My name is Domingo Vigil, Deputy Director with the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District. I am here to present on item 3 of today's agenda, which requests the approval of phase 2 of the Portside Community Emissions Reduction Plan, or SERP. The SERP was developed in 2 phases. Phase 1, approved by the Air Pollution Control Board in November of 2020, included early actions that are already in the process of being implemented. Phase 2 consists of the completion of a comprehensive SERP that can be submitted to the state as a finalized document. On May 21st, I provided an overview and update to your board on the development of phase 2 of the SERP. Today's presentation, I will provide a brief overview of why the Portside community was selected for a SERP. I will provide some examples of the actions in the SERP through which APCD, the community, and our partner agencies will work to address air pollution in the Portside community, and I will share next steps. Next slide, please. Assembly Bill 617 established the Community Air Protection Program and requires new community-focused and community-driven actions that go beyond existing state and regional programs to reduce air pollution and improve public health in communities that experience disproportionate burdens from exposure to air pollutants. The Community Air Protection Program requires community air monitoring, community emission reduction plans, and incentive funding to deploy clean technologies in the most impacted areas. Next slide, please. The Portside community, which includes Sherman Heights, Logan Heights, Barrio Logan, and West National City, was selected because it experiences higher levels of pollution burden and vulnerability than most communities in California, according to the state's science-based mapping tool, CalEnviroscreen 3.0. CalEnviroscreen uses environmental, health, and socioeconomic information to produce a numerical score for each census tract in the state. The higher the score, the worse off a community is in comparison to other communities in the state in terms of pollution burden and vulnerability to pollution. The criteria used by this screening tool includes levels of diesel pollution, rates of emergency room visits for asthma symptoms, and levels of poverty, among other variables. The Portside community includes approximately 50,000 residents and a concentration of 12 census tracts with high CalEnviroscreen scores. Out of the 12 census tracts in the Portside community, 4 tracts are worse off than 98% of communities in the state, and the other 8 census tracts are worse off than 85% of communities in the state for overall pollution burden and vulnerability to pollution. Next slide, please. APCD convened a community steering committee and has been working with this committee since 2018 to conduct community-level air quality monitoring and to develop a community emissions reduction plan, or SERP. The steering committee supports active community involvement and collaboration in the development of the SERP, and it includes residents and community leaders, representatives from public entities such as SANDAG, the City of San Diego, National City, the Navy, and the Port of San Diego, business groups such as the Industrial Environmental Association, and community-based organizations such as the Environmental Health Coalition. The steering committee is the driving force behind the development of the SERP. The steering committee has been working diligently since 2018 to develop the SERP in accordance to the state's blueprint for the Community Air Protection Program established by AB 617. I would like to turn it over to Silvia Calzada, a Portside community resident and member of the steering committee, to briefly talk about her experience in the development of the SERP. Do we have Sylvia? Sylvia, if you could unmute yourself to provide your testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have Sylvia?
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Sylvia. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Sylvia Calzada, a constituent of District 1, who's been a resident for more than 25 years in the city of National City, and currently serving as a member of the AB 617 Community Steering Committee, the MCAS Subcommittee, and the Land Use Subcommittee. Thank you all who have collaborated through my journey as a member, in particular to Port Commissioner Sandy Naranjo, who extended the invitation to participate as a resident leader in this first of its kind development. My journey has not only been an educational one, but an empowering one. I understood the impact that decision-making in the creating of the SERP, including the MCAS, would have on my family's present and future. For this reason, I decided to initiate a new beginning, collaborating with a distinguished group of participants. The collaborative and inclusive process delivered by its professional leadership not only promoted participation at all levels of identities, but opened up an opportunity for my voice to be heard, creating trust and confidence in the process. The respect and non-judgmental approach from its chairs facilitated the interaction between parties, including for Spanish-speaking members. My experience as a member has been very gratifying. Thank you, Domingo.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Next slide, please. The SERP includes aspirational goals intended to guide the community members, businesses, organizations, and government agencies partnering in the implementation of this SERP to support health and environmental justice in the portside community. The overall goals identify the direction in which the community wants to go to achieve emission reductions beyond regulatory requirements. Moreover, the SERP contains a list of actions developed by the steering committee and community members to help improve air quality in the community and/or reduce pollution exposure. Partner agencies with implementing roles are also identified, as well as a set of metrics to track progress. Following are some examples of the actions included in the SERP. Next slide, please. The collaborative effort of partner agencies such as CARB, the Port, the cities of San Diego and National City, SANDAG, Caltrans, the Navy, shipyards, SDG&E, and other partners will result in the following: advancing the deployment of heavy-duty on-road electric trucks to demonstrate operational feasibility and reduce emissions within the portside community, supporting dedicated truck routes to avoid truck impacts to local communities, supporting land uses that serve as a buffer between industrial and residential uses in the portside community, reducing exposure to air pollution by incentivizing indoor filtration systems, improving transportation efficiencies, reducing diesel emissions from cargo handling equipment, collaborating with partner agencies to reduce emissions from ships at berth and hovercraft, and promoting the adoption of zero-emission technologies. Next slide, please. Advocacy work will be a key component of the SERP. Some measures cannot be implemented without the implementing agency going through a public process, for example, the adoption of a regulation or a planning document. In these cases, APCD would work with the steering committee to support actions by other agencies and decision-making bodies that will improve air quality in portside, all disadvantaged communities, or the region as a whole. Advocacy work will also be the main way the community can continue to engage in decision-making processes beyond the 5-year implementation timeline of the SERP. Next slide, please. The draft SERP was available for public comment from April 19 to May 7. During that time, 2 public workshops were held on April 27 and April 28, both in English and Spanish. Staff evaluated comments received, which reflected overall support for the SERP and incorporated input as appropriate. The SERP was presented to the Portside Community Steering Committee for approval during its monthly meeting on June 16. the steering committee approved the SERP by majority vote. The SERP is a living document, and as we learn more about air quality in the community, we will make any necessary updates to the data, community priorities, or actions based on the best data available. Next slide, please. If this board approves the SERP today, the next steps are to submit the SERP to CARB for approval and start full implementation with annual progress reports. APCD will continue collaborating with CARB, community members, local jurisdictions, and regional agencies to expand the community air protection program and develop SERPs for additional communities in the San Diego region. APCD staff would like to acknowledge the work and dedication of community members, partner agencies, and CARB staff towards the development of the SERP. This level of collaboration is unprecedented, and we look forward to continue collaborating throughout the 5-year implementation phase of the SERP and beyond. Next slide, please. Today's recommendations are to find that the proposed actions are exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act in accordance with staff's analysis. Approve the Community Emissions Reduction Plan and direct the Interim Air Pollution Control Officer, APCO, or designee to submit the SERP to the California Air Resources Board for final state approval. Authorize the Interim APCO or designee to work with the Portside Community Steering Committee and partner agencies to update the SERP as necessary to reflect potential changes, including updates to data, goals, priorities, or actions during implementation. Authorize the Interim APCO or designee to advocate for programs, plans, and regulations that support the actions, strategies, and goals identified in the SERP. And finally, authorize the Interim APCO or designee to apply for and receive grant funding that supports the implementation of strategies and actions in the SERP. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time. This concludes today's presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. This has been a real collective effort that really elevates the community's vision for how we want to prioritize emission reduction communities and the work that has been done by so many folks. And this is a historic accomplishment for our district and for our communities. And I do want to give a shout out to one of my team members, David Flores, who was integral in this process. So I want to make sure that I put that on the record, because I think so many of our community members have done so much to make sure that we are doing this work. So thank you to the facilitators and Daniela and all the other folks in the community who made sure that the work was being done, and that our environmental justice communities were part of elevating these efforts after 5 years of implementation period. So a lot of work has gone into this. And so are there any public comments on this item, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have received 6 requests to speak on this item. I will call the speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You will hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. At that time, please press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. Please self-regulate your time. I ask that you conclude your comments when your time has ended. I would remind the speakers to make sure that you mute your live stream before you begin speaking. Our first caller is 0427. 0427, I ask that you please unmute yourself at this time, and please begin by stating your name for the record. You're still muted. If you could unmute yourself at this time.
Hello, this is Brian Gordon from the Navy.
Thank you. We can hear you.
Through? Oh, great. Okay. Well, good afternoon, board members. Again, my name's Brian Gordon. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for Navy Region Southwest, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Navy. The Navy's participated as an active but non-voting member of the AB 617 Portside Steering Committee from its inception. As part of our collaboration with the Steering Committee, we contributed to the development of the SERP and are currently working with the APCD to install an ambient monitoring station at Naval Base San Diego to gather data for the Portside community. The Navy has 2 major concerns about the final SERP that was approved on 15 June. First, the Navy is concerned that significant revisions were made to the SERP before its adoption without adequate notice for stakeholders to review and provide comments. Second, the Navy is concerned with the significant changes to the data, in particular hexavalent chromium emissions attributed to stationary sources, without highlighting these changes or providing any explanation. Most notably, a significant change was made to the percent contribution of stationary sources to hexavalent chromium emissions between the April and June versions of the SERP, went from 7% in April to 74% in June, without discussion or explanation. The SERP concluded that stationary sources are the major contributor of hexavalent chromium emissions, which is inconsistent with approved SERPs from other similar AB 617 communities, such as Southeast and East LA, Coachella, and San Bernardino, where their contributions of mobile source emissions for hexavalent chromium range from hundreds to thousands of pounds. In contrast, this SERP lists mobile hexavalent chromium emissions as under 1 pound, which is a pretty startling disparity. The California Air Resources Board and the APCD have both agreed that the hexavalent chromium emissions from these sources could be underestimated in this SERP and that the data would need to be refined. Yet the SERP provides percent source contribution for hexavalent chromium, knowing that the data set is incomplete and potentially missing major sources of emissions. If the SERP is incomplete, inaccurate, and misleading to stakeholders and the public, opportunities to identify and reduce emissions for major sources could be missed. It's therefore essential to address the inaccuracies and inconsistencies in the SERP. The Navy has provided a letter to the APCD summarizing our concerns, along with proposed revisions to the SERP for sections where the data is incomplete at this time. The Navy's goal is to support the SERP that is founded on science and data, sound science and data, and results in meaningful emissions reductions for the portside community. I thank you for hearing our comments and request you consider them in making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1944. 1944. I would ask that you unmute yourself at this time, and please begin by stating your name for the record.
Greetings, San Diego Air Board members. This is Port Commissioner Sandy Naranjo, representing National City for the Port of San Diego. I'm glad to be here today to speak in favor of Phase 2 of the Community Emissions Reduction Plan, SERP, to be submitted to the California Air Resources Board. The American Lung Association has ranked San Diego as the 7th worst city for air quality in the country, with our low-income communities of color overwhelmingly suffering from the worst impacts of toxic air pollution. Which is what prompted me back in 2018 to apply to serve on the AB 617 steering committee as a resident of National City. The past 3 years, I have seen the involvement and the hard work of APCD staff to ensure that the AB 617 steering committee embodied a true community-driven process. Despite a global pandemic and a digital divide, community members of the Portside Environmental Justice community work closely with APCD to build trust, transparency, community cooperation, and accountability. This enabled the community stakeholders the confidence to reach out to their neighbors and members of their own communities to seek their input on the draft SERP proposal. The development of the SERP that is in front of you took many months, subcommittees, discussions, and as mentioned by Domingo, got majority votes. The SERP is a transformational document that our low-income communities of color have long waited for. A document that would guide our regulatory agencies with strategies and actions to drastically reduce toxic exposure to air pollution. Your approval of Phase 2 of the SERP will signal to our communities who have suffered for far too long that there is hope and a blueprint that will open a pathway for stream of funding to support fierce implementation. As a Port Commissioner representing a portside community that ranks high in the calovirus screen, I urge you to support the SERP Phase 2, especially considering that it focuses on advancing 100% zero-emission vehicles for trucks 5 years before the state deadline. Please vote to submit our SERP to CARB. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2763. 2763, I ask that you please unmute yourself at this time and begin by stating your name for the record.
Good afternoon. This is Jack Christensen with the Sandag Government Relations team. Today, it's really important for me to be here to express my support for the Portside Community Emissions Reduction Plan. Working collaboratively with the APCD and stakeholders, Sandag is happy to support the various transportation-related goals and actions listed in the plan. We all know that transportation is a big contributor to poor air quality. Through Sandag's regional plan and the 5 big moves, we are working hard to do our part to ensure that we have a faster, fairer, and cleaner transportation system. Our regional electric vehicle incentive project, the recent California Energy Commission grant for Sandag to develop a blueprint for zero-emission trucks and transit vehicles, active transportation infrastructure enhancements, and the Blue Line trolley grade separations in the draft regional plan are great strategies and tangible solutions for how we can address air pollution concerns throughout the region and in the Portside communities. We look forward to continuing to work with the APCD and stakeholders through our partnership on the AB 617 program. I look forward to what we will achieve. That concludes my comments, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3656. 3656, I would ask that you unmute yourself at this time. Please begin by stating your name for the record.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Montserrat Hernández. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí, sí la escuchamos, señora.
Muy bien, entonces empiezo. Soy Montserrat Hernández, soy parte del comité directivo del AB 617 y estoy participando también en el subcomité de uso de suelo. ¿Continúo?
Creo que sí.
¿Usted me va a traducir todo al final?
I am not sure. Is the Spanish interpreter going to be able to translate for her? I mean, I could try. I could do it too.
I'm happy to translate as well, Chair Vargas.
Oh, that would be great. Thank you, Domingo.
Sure. Montserrat, if you can, Montserrat, si puedes comenzar y me das pausas para traducir, yo te puedo traducir.
Sí, gracias, Domingo.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Buenas tardes.
Disculpa, Montserrat, un segundo, Montserrat.
I think we were asked to put on English translation to choose English because in the background, the translation is happening. I can actually hear the translation.
Okay, that's fantastic. Sometimes it doesn't work, so fabulous. Señora Marisela, entonces lo que puede hacer usted es dar su presentación y los miembros de la Junta, lo que van a hacer ellos es van a ver la interpretación en inglés y ellos lo pueden escuchar directamente, así que no tiene que hacer ninguna pausa y tiene exactamente, creo que 3 minutos o 2 minutos, no me acuerdo, 3 minutos para poder dar su discurso. Así que empezamos de nuevo. Gracias. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Ok, disculpen y empiezo otra vez. Decía que soy parte del comité directivo del AB 617 y que estoy participando también en el subcomité de uso de suelo. Mi testimonio de hoy es para apoyar el SERP. Yo vivo en Logan Heights y soy organizadora comunitaria para la EHC. Ha sido muy importante para mí ser parte del comité y poder dar mi opinión para el desarrollo del SERP. Las estrategias de este plan van a ayudar a las comunidades portuarias a mejorar su calidad de vida al tener un aire más limpio. Por eso es muy importante su implementación. Como organizadora comunitaria, me ha tocado hablar con residentes de las comunidades portuarias sobre el SERP y sus estrategias. Y los residentes están contentos de saber que hay miembros de su comunidad representándolos y trabajando para tener una comunidad sin tóxicos. Por eso es importante que se apruebe la segunda fase del SERP por esta mesa directiva, para que podamos ver en un futuro una reducción de las emisiones en nuestras comunidades. Sabemos que el SERP ayudará grandemente a disminuir el riesgo de asma y cáncer en los residentes. Pedimos tener la misma oportunidad de justicia ambiental como cualquier otra comunidad de San Diego. Gracias por escucharnos.
Gracias a usted, Madam Clerk. Is there another person?
Thank you. Our next caller is 7200. 7200, I ask that you please unmute yourself at this time and begin by stating your name for the record. You're still muted. Please unmute yourself at this time. Seven two zero zero. Okay, we'll come back to you. The next caller would be 7641. 7641, please unmute yourself at this time. Seven, 641, please unmute yourself at this time. You can press *6 to unmute yourself or press the unmute button.
Action Campaign. Hi, this is Malika Marsden with Climate Action Campaign, dialing in to support the Portside Community Emissions Reduction Plan. The Portside environmental justice neighborhoods, which include Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, Sherman Heights, and West National City, are some of the most polluted neighborhoods in the state, with percentiles in the 98% and 85%. This ongoing environmental injustice is an emergency, and its health impacts are severe, drastically increasing rates of asthma, cancer, and other health disparities. As such, we support this community-focused and community-driven approach to reducing air pollution and improving public health. Environmental justice is inextricably linked with climate, racial, and economic justice. We applaud the APCD board and staff for setting ambitious goals to reduce air pollution from mobile and stationary sources. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try 7200 one more time. 7200, please press *6 to unmute yourself or press the unmute button. Seven two zero zero. It still seems to be unmuted. Madam Chair, if you'd like, we can move forward, and if the caller comes back on, then we'll address them at that time.
Yes, why don't we go ahead and do that? Are there any member comments? Additional member comments? Is Member Medina?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the members of the public who spoke on this issue. And also, I've had an opportunity to look at it carefully. And there were three features that I would like to point out to my fellow members and the public. That, first of all, I think this sort of recognizes that there's severe health disparities in the Portside community, and at the same time recognizes that there's the relative contributions of a variety of sources, not only the stationary sources, but the mobile sources, the off-road, which are watercraft sources, as well as the area sources, and therefore presents a good mix of goals and initiatives that will target all of these sources. And in particular, I like that it's a balanced approach that improves not only the environmental conditions in the Portside community, that by extension, and especially the focus on the mobile sources, it'll help improve all of San Diego's air quality. And it also is a catch up to some of the lag that we've had in San Diego compared to other districts in terms of some of the sources of pollution. So I would urge our members to support it. And if the time is right, I would like to actually make a motion that we support it.
Yep. So we have a motion. I'm happy to second that motion. And then we have Member Martinez and Member Fletcher. And then Vice Chair Sanchez and Member Gomez. Member Martinez?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just wanted to thank everyone for your comments and all those who have been working on this for so long, and just say that it's so great to see a bilingual presentation. So I really appreciate that. That's something that you just don't see in government and just in these kinds of settings. So I really appreciate what we are doing as a board to ensure that our community can participate in these hearings and these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Fletcher?
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this and where we are on it. You know, as a military liaison, I understand the concerns we've heard from the Navy, and you know, we'll continue to engage with them and work to elevate those concerns back to the board and continue to work with them on making sure that we're including their feedback in what we're doing. The CERT before us today is a living, breathing document, and we'll always seek to update the data and make sure we are presenting the best available information at all times. And, you know, outdated versions of the CERT will be replaced from the website. So we'll be able to provide on an ongoing basis correct and accurate data. So I'm going to continue to work with the Navy. We want to make sure we're tracking data accurately. We want to make sure we have the best available data. And that'll be some ongoing efforts and work that we will do. But thank you for all the work that's gone into this.
Thank you. Vice Chair Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is historic. It is so obvious that there has been so much work, first at the community level to get it approved at CARB, and then this whole process has been just very, very intricate. It's with over 20 meetings, and I just want to congratulate everyone for getting to this point. It is a living, breathing document, and I want to say, as to the Department of the Navy, I did read your letter. You did, as you presented today, you had a couple of concerns. One, notice, which that was back in June, so basically that's been cured over this past month. The second, I agree with Chair Fletcher that we are going to be working continuously. They have been working with this for several years now, and so whatever issues there are about the CR6, I have full confidence that the staff will continue to work with the Department of Navy in updating the data and ensuring that we have the best scientific data. So I want to thank everyone for helping us get to this. I mean, you're making it easy for us, right? All we have to do is vote, but I mean, you can really tell all the work that has been just poured into this from the community organizers that have been working from day one to get this to the state to now. It's just, thank you so much for that fantastic coordination and just, kumbaya. Thank you. And I do support the motion that I think has already been made and seconded by the chair.
Member Gomez.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to, I don't have any questions, and I'm also very supportive of today's action. I just really wanted to express my gratitude to staff really for creating a process that was inviting, inclusive. Normally in situations like these, things tend to be planned for the community, and it just seems like there was a very inclusive discussion, a table that was created, and I just really wanted to acknowledge that and just wanted to express my gratitude for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Whitburn and then Member Chu.
Thank you very much, Chair Vargas. And I too want to thank the residents and advocates, the different agencies, staff who've been involved in this CERP. I wanted to ask about what the regulatory impact of the CERP is, and that is in response to the concerns that have been expressed by the Navy. I want to lift up what Supervisor Fletcher and Mayor Sanchez have pointed to around the concerns that the Navy has raised. And, I understand the frustration that the Navy is expressing. It seems to be that there is an acknowledged lack of certainty in the calculation of hexavalent chromium. There are different methodologies out there. I saw a reference to the fact that they're not being an exact science and how it's calculated. It initially was put at 7% and then 74%, and now it's 63%. I guess my question, first of all, would be, why would we include a number if, number one, it's admittedly uncertain, and number two, it's in dispute?
Thank you, Member Whitburn, for your question. What I would say is that at any point in time, we are trying to make the best decisions on the best data available. Currently, the best data available that we have is what we are presenting for your board's approval today in the SERP. There are some levels of uncertainty with the data, and we do go into that topic as part of the document, explaining that the data that we're presenting, we have challenges with it, so that the members of the public or any decision-making body is aware of the challenges that we have with data collection and with data analysis. However, we have to work with what we have currently, and this is what we currently have. Linking it back to your initial comment about regulatory impacts, I want to reassure the board members and members of the public and everybody that any regulatory processes that would result as part of the SERP will follow their own individual process to make sure that any potential regulations that result as part of this effort are based on data, based on science, based on the best available information that we have, and also with its own public engagement process, and with its own process, so that entities and stakeholders can be engaged and work together with us on developing any potential regulations. As far as the hex chrome goes in the current SERP, we are not proposing any specific regulation for hex chromium in the SERP. So it's something that we will continue to work on with our state agencies and with our partners, so that we have at any point the best data that we can.
That's very helpful. I appreciate that. So I understand that the numbers outlined there under hex chrome in the table in and of themselves won't be used as the baseline for a specific regulation. And then I guess I would only ask that, as we continue to work with other agencies and such, that perhaps we acknowledge the concerns that have been expressed around those numbers to the degree that others are reviewing them. So with that, that concludes my questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Shu?
I'd like to congratulate all the community members and the whole community for having this take place to a point in which we have a plan to move forward. So I want to thank all the community members that have been involved, community organizations and the legislation to begin with. The benefits that these communities may at some point have as a result of this plan actually is going to have an effect here in East County as well. We have communities that are also show up in a Cal environmental screen, not at the highest, but next to. They also happen to be communities of color and low income. So with industrial trucks and things like that going by. So I want to thank these communities, National City, Chula Vista, San Diego, for putting this forward, making it happen, because it's going to benefit other communities in our region. So I want to point that out. And lastly, I just have a real quick question. At some point, we're going to figure out what numbers are correct on this hexachromium. But I don't have any idea what a high level of hexachromium will do to me. So I'm wondering if someone can tell me, regardless of whether it's at the number that the Navy claims or what we may have been using in this report, what does hexachromium do to me? What does it do to my child? Can anyone tell me why do we monitor it?
Hexavalent chromium, board member Shu, through the chair, thank you for your question. Hexavalent chromium is a cancer-causing toxic. and it's part of the toxic air contaminants that are included in our emissions inventories that we receive from our stationary sources through our through our toxics program. And in conjunction with all the different toxics is what we will be looking at as part of our Rule 1210 as we engage in reducing cancer risks from these types of emissions. So it's mainly a cancer-causing toxic.
So it's a carcinogen. Would you say that it adds into the cumulative effect of carcinogens that many of us may be suffering from, or at least my friends are suffering from?
That's correct.
Thank you. That helps me a lot. You know, I never know what these things are really doing. So it's helpful, you know, to get that information.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. And so again, I just want to say thank you to everyone. Muchísimas gracias a todas las personas que participaron ahora también. Estamos muy agradecidos con la comunidad de Barrio Logan, Sherman y Logan Heights, National City, que han dado tanto tiempo y esfuerzo por participar en esta experiencia, que su voz la han compartido y ha sido sumamente importante para la comunidad. And so, yes, ma'am. Oh, I know. I know we have two people are still from the panel that want to speak, so we're going to go ahead and have them speak. I got you. I got you. Give me a minute.
Thank you. Caller 7200, please unmute yourself at this time. You may begin by stating your name for the record. Okay, we'll come back to that caller. Caller 9448. 9448, please unmute yourself at this time by pressing either *6 or the unmute button on your phone or PC.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Okay, good afternoon. I'm Joy Williams. I represent Environmental Health Coalition on the steering committee, and I will keep this real short since you have already already commented, but I do want to register Environmental Health Coalition support for the SERP with the Phase 2 strategies, and we do urge you to vote to approve it today. We see this as not only historic, but a model SERP. It includes aspirational goals to express the community vision for the plan outcomes, as well as the effort to develop actions and strategies that are measurable, have timelines, and have commitments from agencies to implement them. We want to weigh in also on the issue about ongoing monitoring and modeling. We recognize that we're going forward now with the data we have from the modeling and emission inventories we have, and that will continue to get updated as CARB continues to do that modeling. So the information, including the metals information, will get updated as it becomes available. And finally, want to thank everyone who contributed to the development of the SERP, starting with the community members who've given so many hours of their time to engage in this process. Also APCD staff, including those leading the meetings and developing the SERP, as well as staff engaged in air monitoring, enforcement, and the incentives programs. We thank the Port District, the cities of San Diego and National City, Sandag, and Caltrans have all contributed time and made commitments to the SERP measures. And we also thank the shipyards for their commitment to voluntary measures to reduce diesel emissions from portable equipment. So as a very short summary, we believe the SERP is worthy of your support, and we urge you to adopt it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try 7200 one more time. 7200, please unmute your line at this time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you for your patience in trying to get me back in here. I had probably hit *6 100 times and it would never unmute me. So,
no problem.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for your patience and allowing this very last minute comment. I wanted to make it much earlier, of course, but my name is Jack Monger. I'm the CEO of the Industrial Environmental Association, and I participate as a member of the Portside Steering Committee. I know this discussion is quite a ways down the road, but I hope to add something of meaning here, particularly following up with Councilmember Whitburn's questions. I believe that everyone you have heard from today wants the SERP to move forward. The community, the Navy, my members of my association want this SERP to move forward, and we were ready to support that until the June steering committee meeting when we discovered that changes had been made to the final SERP document. Now, the steering committee did not receive any notice that these changes had been made. We only discovered it by reading through it and finding it on our own, and nor was any explanation included in the SERP as to why these huge changes were made in various data. In all fairness, I want to make sure to point out that data comes from CARB and is provided to APCD for inclusion in the SERP. So these are not minor changes. If you look at Table 6 on page 38, that has been referenced a couple of times, it lists the community baseline emission summary for selected air toxic contaminants. The table we were given in April showed 30 pounds of hexavalent chromium emissions per year in the community, 70% of which was attributed to area sources. But the revised Table 6 presented in June showed only 2.95 pounds of hexavalent chromium emissions per year, compared to the previous 30 pounds. That is a decrease of more than 90%. And where did it go? And the percentage of hexavalent chromium attributed to area sources had gone from nearly 70% to zero. What happened? I would note that the numbers provided in your document today have changed once again from what we approved at our June meeting. So some people might say, well, this is just one table. What's the big deal? Does it really matter? It really is a big deal because the data is what the steering committee is using to prioritize our emission reduction actions for the portside community. All of our planning is structured around what data we have been provided with. So for 8 months, the committee has been drafting an action plan based on the understanding that 30 pounds of hexavalent chromium are emitted in the community annually. Then in June, we're surprised to learn, no, it's only 2. Yet we are not given any notice or explanation. So despite this questionable process, as I said, we want to see the SERP move forward. That is the reason for our motion at the June steering committee meeting to support the SERP with the addition of language addressing the changes in Table 6. So for the purpose of today's meeting, IEA encourages your support for the SERP with a simple annotation regarding the changes in data in Table 6. And the language provided by the Navy in their letter is perfectly acceptable as far as we are concerned. I would hope you would please consider this annotation and move the SERP forward. Thank you very much for this opportunity to comment under these unusual circumstances.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on this item.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you go ahead and call the roll?
Thank you. Member Birkbeck Garcia,
Yes.
Member Bush, Member Elo Rivera,
Yes.
Member Fletcher,
Fletcher, aye.
Member Gomez,
Yes.
Member Martinez,
Yes.
Member Medina,
Yes.
Member Shu,
Aye.
Member Whitburn,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez,
Sanchez, aye.
Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Thank you. That motion passes with all board members who are present voting aye.
Thank you. So I just wanted to check something with everybody because it's 3:11 and we have, I think, a time certain for a closed session at 3:30. And so what I was thinking is that we should probably move into our closed session and then come back. We still have a very long agenda to go through, but I want to make sure we get through our 3:30 or we still move forward. So can we go ahead and take a 5-minute break and then get into our 3:30? Otherwise, I don't want to start a presentation and then cut it short unless the team at APCD thinks that we can get through item number 4 in 10 minutes. I think you need more time than that, right?
Chair
Madam
Vargas, oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Madam Clerk, please.
I don't believe that the closed session is time certain. It can be heard anytime after 3:30. We just can't hear the item prior to 3:30.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood then. I do know there's some folks that have to leave, and so I really want to make sure that we have our closed session at 3:30 then. So where are we with the presentation for the Maritime Clean Air Strategy? Rob, how long will that take?
I believe about 10 minutes. it might just fit in there perfectly.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and do then item number 4. We'll try to get as much done, and then we'll go to closed session at 3:30 and then come back for the rest. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, why don't we go ahead and do that? So the item number 4 is overview of the Port's draft time maritime clean air strategy. And so we have staff from the Port of San Diego presenting at this time. So Madam Clerk, can you please provide the public instructions for those that wish to speak on this item? They'll be going to be heard after the presentation.
Thank you. And I would ask those members of the public that have requested to speak on this item to please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. You will have an opportunity to address the board after the presentation.
Thank you. If I may take the liberty, this is Rob, take the liberty of introducing the Port staff. So I'd like to introduce Jason Giffen, and thank you, Jason, for being here today. Jason's the Port's Vice President of the Planning, Environment, and Government Relations, and he will be co-presenting with Mike LaFleur. Mike is the Port's Vice President of Maritime Operations. So Madam Clerk, if you could pull up their operation, and then I'll turn the floor over to you, Jason.
Great. Thanks so much, Rob. Greatly appreciated. Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and board members. We're really excited to be here today, and we're very grateful for the invitation to provide you a high-level overview of the Port's draft maritime clean air strategy, or as we refer to it as the MCAS, as well as some catalyst initiatives that are helping us continue advancing and accelerating our transition to a clean and sustainable future. The MCAS is a strategic framework that will provide transformational policy direction and assist the Port with identifying future projects and initiatives to improve health through cleaner air, while also supporting thriving maritime operations. Next slide, Madam Clerk. Before we talk about the MCAS, though, I just want to provide a brief lay of the land for your board and the public. The San Diego Unified Port District was created in 1962 and is represented by a 7-member board of port commissioners with appointed members from our 5-member cities, as shown on the slide. I know many of you have had the opportunity to work closely with our board members and staff, and we thank you for your continued support of the Port and our shared initiatives. As you can see on the map, the Port's jurisdiction covers a significant public land acreage in and around San Diego Bay, including 34 miles that we manage in trust on behalf of the state of California. Next slide, please. Within our jurisdiction, the Port supports a broad range of uses, all of which serve to support our mission to provide economic vitality, as well as broader benefit through a balanced approach to maritime, tourism, recreation, environmental stewardship, and public safety, as governed by the legislatively approved Port Act. Next slide, please. Now turning to the topic at hand, and as your board is very aware based on the prior item, the Port has been an active participant in the Community Emissions Reduction Program since its inception. Specifically, Port leadership and staff have been active participants on the steering committee and subcommittees. Beginning in January of this year, Port Commissioner Sandy Naranjo began representing the Port on the steering committee. The Port's participation is vital because, as shown on this map, the portside communities surround the Port's jurisdiction, which is shown by the hatching on the slide. Next slide, please. In addition to working with APCD and other stakeholders on the SERP, the Board of Port Commissioners adopted a resolution in June of 2019 that directed Port staff to update its 2007 Clean Air Program to what is currently being referenced as the MCAS. The MCAS builds on past efforts in emission reductions and intends to accelerate our transformation by leveraging new stakeholder input and resources involved in relation to the SERP process. The SERP and the MCAS are intended to be complementary efforts, with the MCAS providing the Port's strategy to improve health and environmental conditions by accelerating zero-emission solutions for maritime-related operations. Both efforts have been community-driven, and although the Port still has a little way to go before we reach our final document, the open and public process has been vital in creating our current draft, and we have benefited from some course corrections along the way. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the current draft MCAS framework based on direction we received just this week from our board. As you can see, our vision is health equity for all, and we plan to get there by working towards a primary goal of 100% zero emission trucks and cargo handling equipment by 2030. This exceeds the zero emission goals established by the state, and as you heard earlier today, and in some cases, even more, and represents a paradigm shift in terms of our strategies. In support of the vision and goal, the MCAS identifies ways for reducing emissions for 7 maritime-related emission sources shown on the upper left of this slide. As a result of public input and board direction, 3 additional stakeholder priorities will be added to the next draft revised MCAS, which include chapters on community enrichment, public health, and enabling actions. Collectively, there will be specific goals and objectives covering 10 areas, which will lead to approximately 34 projects, partnerships, and future studies. In addition to the primary benefit of clean air, the draft revised MCAS will also identify some co-benefits associated with these initiatives, such as new jobs, urban greening, reduced ambient noise, as well as improved health. Next slide, please. This slide intends to graphically show where there's overlap between the SERP and the Ports MCAS. On the left in green, you can see some of the emission reduction concepts that are included in the SERP. On the right side in blue, you can see some of the emission reduction concepts included in the MCAS. And in the middle, you can see examples of 5 concepts in yellow that are central to both documents. And these have evolved during the iterative process, and they include things like working together on health risk assessment, coordinating on indirect source rule. You heard earlier today the focus on the residential air filter program, as well as doing what we can to accelerate zero emission trucks and equipment, as well as the accompanying infrastructure needed for medium and heavy duty trucks. These items are examples where our 2 agencies will need to closely coordinate as our respective transformational policies shift from concept to action. And I also have to say the coordination between our 2 agencies is gathering strength every day. We frequently meet throughout the week, and I just have a couple of your staff that have spoke today, like Rob and Domingo are terrific, as well as David Flores in the supervisor's office, and Mayani, and so many others on the APCD staff. We greatly appreciate their technical expertise. Next slide, please. As a proof point on our level of coordination, you've heard a little bit about this already today. I'd like to just take a brief moment to acknowledge just how closely our staffs have worked on these programs over the past 16 months. Throughout this period, your staff has facilitated, as you've heard, monthly steering committees, which included the 26 members referenced earlier. From the larger steering committee, our teams were able to coordinate more closely by using the SERP subcommittee, the truck subcommittee, the port subcommittee, and finally the MCAS subcommittee as forums for discussion. The gray boxes within the colored subcommittee areas identify each meeting occurrence, and the number within each gray box identifies how many people attended and demonstrate that we had a level of robust and steady participation throughout this process. This work yielded the port's draft, discussion draft, which was circulated for a 4-week public review period last March and included a facilitated community discussion with over 70 attendees. Public feedback reaffirmed the need for a district-specific clean air strategy, but also served to uncover some missing information and some gaps that were important to stakeholders. Since the discussion draft was released, we've had 2 more board meetings. You can see the board milestones on the top of this slide where we checked in, and now we're poised to initiate another public review. Next slide, please. A second 30-day public review period will begin in early August and will include a virtual workshop to hear from our community and stakeholders. Our goal is to return to the board with an updated MCAS for their consideration and approval in October. But it's not just about planning. We're also simultaneously doing the necessary pre-work to implement and advance several emission reduction initiatives. And I'd now like to turn the presentation over to Mike to talk a little bit more about our maritime operations. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Jason. And as Jason mentioned, since our initiative is a discussion of the maritime clean air strategy, first I'd like to provide a short overview of the maritime business. You can transition the slide, I believe. Thank you. The Port of San Diego is the 4th largest of the 11 California ports. We have 2 cargo terminals, 10th Avenue Marine Terminal and National City Marine Terminal, with main cargoes of refrigerated goods and automobiles. We also have 2 cruise terminals in downtown San Diego to service our cruise partners. The maritime portfolio encompasses the working waterfront of shipyards and vessel operators and associated support services. And finally, we have a commercial fishing facility to support locally caught and sourced fish. In addition to our cargoes of refrigerated goods, auto, wind energy components, and bulk products, we are designated as one of the 17 U.S. strategic ports. It's a very important designation and integral to our nation's security. Our maritime terminals provide the infrastructure and services necessary to support military deployment activities. Next slide, please. The port is a large economic driver, not only for the 5 member cities, but for the region as a whole. The 2017 Economic Impact Report shows there was $9.4 billion in overall economic impact, with $5.8 billion of output within the tidelands. Additionally, the port operations are a large employment generator with over 44,000 jobs on the waterfront and over 70,000 including roles in the region in support of port operations and businesses. As you can see, the port and the associated operations are impactful for the region's economics and jobs. Next slide, please. And transition, let me see. Go ahead and transition. I believe it'll kind of show some of the areas that we've been talking about. Thank you. We've recently had an opportunity to brief our board on electrification initiatives in support of our maritime clean air. And these will take place on the tidelands. As you can see on the north end at the cruise ship terminal, electrification starts with our shore power capability for our cruise terminals. Then further down at the 10th Avenue Marine Terminal, which is a designated AB 617 portside community, would include charging infrastructure, zero emissions vehicle truck initiatives, a microgrid, and shore power of the ships at berth. Thank you. When we look at National City Region, also an AB 617 designated portside community, that will include zero emissions vehicle initiatives for our port fleet, as well as vehicle charging infrastructure for trucks, and shore power for vessels calling at National City Marine Terminal. And as already mentioned, the entire region will have zero emissions vehicle truck initiatives and opportunities between our 10th Avenue Marine Terminal, National City Marine Terminal, National Distribution Center, and other short haul routes, possibly including Otay Mesa. Next slide. Thank you. As Jason had mentioned, the current opportunities for which data is being collected and reviewed are broken down into cargo handling equipment, which is our cranes, forklifts, terminal trucks, the port vehicle fleet, those that the port itself controls, shore powering initiatives at our marine terminals, and a clean freight corridor, which includes zero emissions vehicle trucks and the charging infrastructure associated with that. And we're very excited to highlight that the zero emissions commercial harbor craft that will be the very first electric tug in the United States right here at our own bay. Obviously, you're very well aware of that, thanks to the partnerships with Crowley, APCD, CARB, MARAD, and EPA, as well as the port. Partnerships like these make projects like that possible. We're really excited for that one, so we appreciate the support there. Next slide. And we're excited to continue to advance the port's emissions reductions initiatives, and we look forward to the ongoing partnership between our two agencies. As Jason mentioned earlier, the collaboration between our groups has never been stronger. It's an opportunity for me to be involved, and I appreciate Rob and Domingo's opportunities to meet with us on a weekly basis. Our team is confident that the portside community's AB 617 SERP, in conjunction with the port's MCAS, will provide the vision and policy direction for our region to expeditiously transition to zero emission technologies and improve the health and quality of life of everyone who lives, works, and plays in and around San Diego Bay. We thank you for your time. Hopefully we caught the 10 minutes. Open for any questions. Thank you.
You were perfect, no worries. So we appreciate you. Let me to put you on a time crunch. All right, let's see. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Vargas. Yes, we do. We have 4 members of the public wishing to address the board. I would ask that you, at this time, please press *6 to unmute your phone. I will be calling you by the last 4 digits of your phone number or your name, whichever appears. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. Please self-regulate your time, and I ask that you conclude your comments once your time has ended. Also, please remember to mute your live stream before you begin speaking. Our first caller is 7315. 7315, please unmute yourself at this time by pressing *6 or the unmute button on your phone, and begin by stating your name for the record.
Okay, good afternoon, APCD Governing Board. My name is Sylvia Calzada. I'm a resident of National City and a standing APCD Portside Community Steering Committee member. The MCAS, as it currently stands, needs to set stronger measurable goals and strategies to help reduce the port's carbon footprint and improve air quality for Portside community. It is great that Port Commissioners voted on July 13th of this year to unanimously support a motion to transition all trucks to 100% BEV by 2030. I would like to see this motion be incorporated as a goal along with supportive policies in the next MCAS draft anticipated to be presented in August of this year. For your willingness and interest in creating a rebirth in our Portside communities, thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3381. 3381, please unmute yourself at this time by pressing *6 or the unmute button on your phone and begin by stating your name for the record.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maritza Garcia. I'm a lifelong resident of Logan Heights and a standing APCD Portside Community Steering Committee member. Growing up in Logan meant that I was able to live in a place embedded in immense culture, deep-rooted traditions, and close community. But all of this has also come at a huge price. It is well known that our neighborhood has had to suffer with the abundant pollution that is caused by the port, all the industries associated with their operations, and the freeways that surround us. Many families, including my own, have suffered both physically and financially from health complications associated with our exposure to this pollution. In 2018, 53% of deaths in South San Diego were due to chronic diseases caused by the same pollution. So it's not hard to see that this is an issue needing a long overdue solution. I really appreciate the adoption of the MCAS, but it does need to set some stronger measurable goals and strategies to help reduce the port's carbon footprint and improve our air quality. I recognize that the SERP in some instances has set some more ambitious goals and strategies to reduce the carbon emissions in our portside communities, and I urge that the MCAS be revised to reflect the more ambitious SERP goals as well, and also their strategies. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1527. 1527, please press *6 at this time to unmute yourself or press the unmute button. Please begin by stating your name for the record. (1527), please unmute yourself. You can press *6 or the unmute button.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Danny Serrano, and I am a campaign director with the Environmental Health Coalition. And I will be speaking to the overview of the port's draft MCAS. EHC has been collaborating with the port on the MCAS and appreciates their efforts thus far in preparing the plan. We believe that the intent of the draft MCAS is positive as it speaks to environmental justice, public health, and improving air quality. So the general intent is positive. It sounds good. However, when you get into the details of the goals and objectives of the existing first draft MCAS, it is clear that it is really inadequate and will not sufficiently alter or change the business as usual environment at the port, which will continue to place disproportionate air quality impacts on portside communities from port maritime operations. Many of the draft MCAS goals and objectives are simply not specific, measurable with respect to electric trucks, electric charging infrastructure, and funding. And there is no information as to the specific legal tools needed to implement and pay for the MCAS in that draft. There has been, however, recent progress. On Tuesday, the Board of Port Commissioners unanimously voted to support a goal to transition all trucks to zero-emission vehicles by 2030. This is consistent with the SERP that you just approved. This means that strategies will be included in the next draft MCAS, anticipated in August to implement this goal. The Port Board's action is certainly giving the Port the opportunity to lead with respect to electrifying diesel trucks, and we definitely support that. The Port is also making progress on exploring new funding sources to be able to help implement the MCAS, which will be critical to ensure its success. The Port Board also took action to elevate health equity and racial justice in the MCAS and accelerate their timeline for installing heavy-duty truck charging stations at 10th Avenue Marine Terminal and National City Marine Terminal, as well as throughout the region. EHC requests that the APCD Governing Board express your support for a Port MCAS that aligns with the CERP goals in all regards, but specifically related to the heavy-duty truck transition to ZEV, installation of charging stations, and improving health in portside communities. Thank you for your time and consideration of our request. This completes my presentation.
Thank you. Our last caller is 1944. 1944, please unmute yourself at this time and begin by stating your name for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, it's low, but we can hear you.
Okay. Greetings, San Diego Air Board members. This is Port Commissioner Sandy Naranjo representing National City for the Port of San Diego. I'm here to speak on the Maritime Clean Air Strategy agenda item. I commend Port staff for replicating the AB 617 community process and starting the development of MCAS in the fall of 2020. As mentioned, the process took several meetings, including a bilingual workshop to fully engage the public, specifically community members in the most impacted areas, to participate in the development of the Clean Air Framework. As the CERP is a transformational document for the San Diego Air Pollution Control District, the MCAS will be the same for the Port of San Diego. In late May this year, the California Environmental Justice Alliance, CEJA, released a report on their assessments of lessons learned when analyzing the CERPs of South Central Fresno, Inland Empire, East LA, Shafter, and Wilmington. In their in-depth analysis of the CERP, CEJA found that there was a lack of quantifiable permanent enforcement emission reductions in the 5 CERPs that they analyzed. This is why the MCAS is so crucial, because it would transition the aspirational goals of the CERP into attainable goals by developing a guiding framework accompanied by policies, programs, and legal mechanisms to help the Port of San Diego to go above the minimum baseline in improving the public health. This is why our Port Board of Commissioners voted strongly on Tuesday, July 13th, to direct Port staff to incorporate 100% zero-emission vehicle goal by 2030 for trucks and sooner dates for ZEV infrastructure planning. The ZEV strategy is important because the federal and statewide direction and resources provides the Port of San Diego a significant opportunity to immediately address the diesel particulate pollution in Barrio Logan and west side of National City. As the Port Commissioner, my goal is to move the Port into a cutting-edge clean port by emphasizing racial justice and health equity, and we hope that our collaboration can encourage other agencies, such as cities, regional transportation planning organizations, and other agencies to play a pivotal role by ensuring that these goals can be accomplished. I encourage all of you to look closely at our next round draft proposal to MCAS, and that all the San Diego Air Board members provide the feedback needed to help promote healthy, thriving communities for our portside environmental justice communities. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public testimony on this item.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to the Port and the commissioners for adopting a goal that matches the CERP for achieving 100% zero emission vehicles by 2030. And I'm really looking forward to working with all of you to achieve 100% transmission to ICP trucks by 2030. I also want to say thank you to Commissioner Naranjo and Chair Saquet for the leadership and understanding, that our communities really need much faster action by our agencies, and that communities of color were some of the worst impacted by COVID. And the studies show that there's a really huge link with higher pollution in elevated cases. And so I wanted just to thank that, and I'm glad for the work that's being happened. I would recommend that the district provide a letter of support to support strong MCAS measures that reduce emissions for our EJ communities and continue alignment where possible with the CERP actions. And I'm happy to work with the team on that. And then my understanding is that the public comment period is next month, and that and then you all will be on recess. But I defer to my colleagues of the board to see what they think, and let's check with council how we can it's an informational item, but I think it would be good for us to be able to do that. And so with that, I'll just make a motion to support. Actually, it's an information item. Hold on. So let me go ahead to our committee members. Vice Chair Sanchez, Member Gomez, and Member Shu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I very much appreciate Port staff's presentations and also the Port District's efforts. It's obvious the intent is to work towards the same goals as the APCD and the SERB and the SERP. So this is informational. I suppose what we could do is direct staff per what the chair has already put together as a motion, that where we can advocate strongly that they be consistent, that the MCAS be consistent with the SERP. So I would be happy to second that motion, which would be direction to staff and not a formal motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. I definitely want to support what's being suggested. If I don't know if we can make a motion, but I do think that if possible, just to ensure that we work with staff to submit a letter to the port to really express our support on the alignments that have been made reference to. But I would uplift the importance of being that they just committed to 100% SEF with their heavy duty vehicles by, I believe, 2030. I think that's a big commitment, and I really want to applaud the port commissioners for agreeing to do that. I know that there's sometimes a lot of hesitation and there's a lot of hurdles that we still need to make sure that are working, but I think that commitment sends a big statement to the community that we are taking seriously the impacts that are being created, and we're trying to do and upgrade technology to minimize those impacts. So I want to both acknowledge the port commissioners for committing to that. And I also want to make sure that we are expressing that gratitude and really the alignment that it brings to APCD as well, what we're trying to do, being that, we're trying to do our best to minimize air pollution, but we also know that vehicles are a significant polluter, and making, transitioning to 100% zero emission vehicles is significant. So I want to make sure that we express that in a letter. And also, more importantly, because I hear this constantly, I think the installation of the charging stations is going to be significant to ensure that they are meeting those goals that they've have agreed to. So I want to make sure that we're also on the record and supporting them in the installation of charging stations. I don't know what role we can do and play with, but I think we do have one, and I think that should be a priority to ensure that they're moving as fast as possible, because I think that's going to lead to the success of achieving the 100% zero emission heavy duty truck emission reductions. So I think the installation of these charging stations are key, and at least minimally agreed to move forward with one station at 10th Avenue and one station in National City. I think it's very significant. So if we can do that, we can do a pilot and really bring the agencies to go after grant money. I think it's going to be very significant. And then lastly, I do know that our labor unions care about this significantly, because they've been investing and certifying their union members, specifically IBW, on making sure that there is a certification of those that will be installing this new technology. So I also want to make sure that we are expressing the certification of installation of these stations are also critical. So I say those three things because I think if we are going to write a letter, which I think we should lift those three areas because they're pretty significant. So with that, thank you to the port, to the staff for doing the work, for aligning the MCAT with our SERF as much as possible. But I also want to thank the commissioners for doing the work. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I thank you, Member Gomez. I think for clarification, I don't think we need a motion. I think we're still actually going to be working on that committee eventually, but I think that we can direct Rob to go ahead and move forward with the letter if everybody's okay with that, and then some of these items, if anything else, we can share. I'm going to turn it over to Member Shu and then Member Ilo Rivera.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. I want to just insert or suggest that we insert one notion, which is prorate the goals. I've been here before. We set out good goals far off into the future, in this case, 10 years in the future, but essentially almost do nothing until we reach that point. So I suggest that we also have a goal of prorating the changes that we're going to make into electrification and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and pollution by biannual basis. If we can't get here in 2 years or a year from now by reducing emissions by 10, 20%, then we need to stop doing things. This is a climate emergency, it's a health emergency, and we just have to stop. And I think we have to insert that goal within these objectives that we're setting out 10 years from now. Prorate it. If you can't do it this year, then you better double it the next year. If you can't do it double year, 2 years from now, you better just stop what you're doing. So I hope we can put that in there, because otherwise we're not treating this like it is a health and climate emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ilo Rivera.
Thank you, Chair. And a lot of good stuff here. I had a chance to do a tour of the port this morning, and beyond the boat I was on being awesome, I learned a lot as well. I just one thing that kind of stood out in Member Gomez's comments was the reference to the charging stations, and I talked to Member Fletcher about this more on the MTS side. I see a lot of opportunity for coordination amongst different agencies and entities with respect to charging stations for trucks, buses, et cetera. And so I'm wondering if the port can answer this, to what extent there's been conversations about, as there's more shifts from whether it's MTS, the city of San Diego, the port, for the need to be able to charge large vehicles, to coordinate those efforts in such a way that allows us to probably scale up quicker and also maximize the impact of those investments.
Madam Chair, would it be appropriate to respond now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks very much, Member Ilo Rivera, through the chair, Jason Giffen. So from an agency standpoint, we're working on that coordination, and it's going to take all of us working together. It's going to take the port, MTS, SANDAG, the cities. I'm clearly leaving out a couple agencies here. But as we start looking at not just what we need from the advanced technology from the vehicles themselves, clearly the infrastructure is going to be very, very important. And we need that infrastructure located in a place that's proximate. So we have the charging and the storage and the capacity to make sure that we're driving down the emissions and the impacts in and around the portside community. So that's already, it's already underway. And I guess someone who an organization I did miss is clearly also the infrastructure being provided by SDG&E is critical. So as we try to express as a part of our presentation, planning is important, but we're not waiting for the plan to be done to start those discussions about coordination and action. And both with your agency as well as many of the other entities I've mentioned, we're working on concurrently to identify and address where some of that could go. And we're happy to come back at some future date as well to provide you with a status update in terms of how that work is going.
Thanks, Jason. I'll just conclude by saying, with the multiple hats that all of us wear here, to the extent that we can just kind of ensure from all directions that these opportunities for coordination are occurring. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. And this is one of those things when we think about building a system, like a real true system, the coordination becomes super important, because what we could have is a disjointed network of charging stations, or we could have a regional system that allows for San Diego to be a leader when it comes to the charging of large electrical vehicles. I much prefer the latter, but that'll only happen if we're intentional about it. And so whatever way that I can help with, in the various ways with the various hats that I wear, I'm committed to doing that. And I hope that all of us can do the same. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Unless it's something super, super urgent, is it okay if we go ahead and move forward? We have some big issues to address during closed session, and I want to make sure we still have quorum by the time we get there. So yeah, I think we have given direction to Robin, and if there's any other comments, feel free to share them with our executive director, and then we move from there. So we're gonna head over to a closed session, and then we will come back for item number 5 right after that, okay? Thank you.
Before we move into closed session, I'm sorry, we need to go ahead and see if there's any public comment for closed session. If that's okay with the chair.
We may have lost the chair.
Okay, real quick, I just want to note for the record that we have not received any request to speak for public comment for this item.
I'll step in for her for this second. Yes, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
yes,
we need to call the roll for the special meeting and call the special meeting to order.
I see that Madam Chair is back.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, it would be appropriate to call the special meeting to order, and I will call the roll. Member Birkbeck Garcia.
Here.
Member Bush. Member Elo Rivera.
Present.
Member Fletcher.
Here.
Member Gomez. Member Martinez. Member Medina.
Here.
Member Shu.
Here.
Member Whitburn.
Here.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Sanchez present.
Thank you, Chair Vargas.
Vargas here.
Thank you. It's now appropriate to go into closed session. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Madam Clerk, can you check for quorum, please?
Yes,
Should
I
we
will
re-
check now.
Should we report out first and then do quorum?
Yes, let me make sure there's, I think Nick is still connecting his audio. Nick is present if you would like to do the report out.
Yes, thank you. Madam Clerk, we're going to turn it over to Mr. Nick Norbo.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. The governing board met in closed session on item 6 of the regular meeting agenda. There was no reportable action taken by the board on this item. The board also met in closed session on item 1 of the special meeting agenda. The governing board voted unanimously to appoint an interim air pollution control officer. The appointment is subject to acceptance by the appointee and completion of necessary procedures of employment by the County of San Diego. Following the appointee's acceptance and completion of county procedures, the name of the appointee will be made public on the district's website and will be publicly available upon request. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have quorum?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and move on to go back to item number 5, the appointment of members to the Air Pollution Control District. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for appointment to members for the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District Hearing Board. All applicants will have 2 minutes to briefly introduce themselves, followed by any questions the board may have. After interviews and any Q&A, public comment will be also received. At the conclusion of any public comment, the board will consider nominations and make appointments. Before any motion is made, each governing board member will make an opportunity to state the names of 2 to 3 preferred applicants whom they would like the board to consider for appointment in the category. This process will be repeated for each category. I know there was some confusion last time around, so I want to make sure we are clear that this time we're going to go through each of the each of the categories. We'll make a decision and then we'll go into the next one, okay? And so the first item is Madam Clerk, and we begin the interviews for the attorney member position. Applicants will be called in alphabetical order, and I will go ahead and turn it over to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask that Hazel Ocampo, please turn on your video and unmute yourself at this time. You will have 3 minutes to provide your statement to the board. Please be sure to self-regulate your time.
Great, thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here, and congratulations on all the wonderful work that you're doing. I want to submit for this attorney position. I have over 10 years of experience specializing in environmental compliance and regulatory advice for companies in San Diego who need to understand what the regulations are, how they apply to their business, including Fortune 500 companies. So I'm frequently involved with negotiating resolutions when there is a government agency involved, and I'm very comfortable in this public setting. And I also have significant experience that you might find relevant, most recently having worked at the White House Council on Environmental Quality, where I helped with the implementation of the National Environmental Policy Act. And before that, I was also a clerk for the California EPA, where I helped with hazardous waste and soil and water contamination issues under the Schwarzenegger administration. I'm now working in private practice, but I think those prior experiences working in government are very relevant to this position. Have a background with a Juris Doctorate from Cornell University and graduated from UCLA also with a Bachelor of Arts degree. I'm particularly interested in this position because I'm a native San Diegan. I'm the daughter of immigrants from Mexico, grew up in Barrio Logan and in City Heights, so I personally understand the importance of environmental justice to our communities and had people in my own family, my sister, who suffered from respiratory issues due to the environment, which actually sparked my interest in environmental law and the intersection between law and policy and the health of our communities. I now have a daughter who is a year old, so I want to make sure that our environmental resources are protected for the next 100 years so that the next generation also has the ability to thrive as much as we've been able to do. And I look forward to having that opportunity through my participation in the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, at this time, would you like to entertain any questions from the board for this applicant?
Are there any questions for this applicant? Member Gomez?
Yeah, I have a question. It's going to be the same question to all the three applicants in this category. From being that this is the legal category, and I know the application asks if you ever worked with the industry or represented the industry. So I know I would love to hear more on that. Have you ever worked with the industry representing them?
I've represented companies who require assistance with general compliance. So basically a company wants to open up in San Diego and they say, what are all the permits that I need? What are all the regulations I need to comply with? So I have written memoranda and advise that type of company to say, look, these are all the permits you need. These are all the agencies who will have regulatory oversight. So I've done that.
Okay, then my follow-up to that would be, so if there is ever a conflict with an industry that we're facing, that there might be a complaint, how would you handle that?
I believe that there are ways to actually withhold from actual participation if there is a conflict. So kind of like stepping aside and letting the board decide without a personal vote. I believe those are in place where you could abstain from voting if you have a personal knowledge or potential conflict in this case.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Mr. Ilo Rivera?
Thank you, Chair. It's just a follow-up to Member Gomez's question. On the topic of potential conflicts, I'm just curious as to whether or not you see the potential for a substantial number of those conflicts if you were to be appointed.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't anticipate substantial number of conflicts. Just to give you an overview of my work, I mostly deal with water issues. And when it comes to air, I handle a lot of Clean Air Act issues with US EPA at the federal level. So I don't do a lot on the local air side. So I don't really anticipate a lot of conflicts just on the historic amount of work that I've done in this space.
Thank you. Appreciate the response.
Thank you, of course.
Any other member question?
Oh.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ocampo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next interviewee is Allison Schlick. I would ask that you please turn on your video and unmute yourself at this time. You will have 2 minutes to provide your statement. Please self-regulate your time.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, can you hear me just fine?
Yes.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Air Pollution Control District Governing Board. My name is Allison Schlick, and I'm humbled to be among the high caliber of applicants before you today for the attorney member and also the vacant attorney member alternate, either of which I would be delighted to serve. I understand you have everything about me. I want to point out how I stand apart from the others. My mission, my goal, my heart is all about public service. So you will find I have no conflicts of interest as far as practicing for an environmental law firm and advising any industry members. I have solely been working on the public side and also I want to point out that first and foremost, before I'm an attorney, I am a mother of 4 children. 2 of them have grown up and 2 of them are still very young at home. So if you look at my resume and you're a little bit worried that it's a bit spotty or gappy in spots, it's because I've been juggling a lot over these years. Also, this is my second career. I was a paralegal before. And but I have a long history of volunteerism with PTA and concerns over health and concerns over air quality for all of our students. And I personally have asthma, so it's something that I am attuned to personally. Also, I am also a homegrown UCSD college graduate, as well as a California Western trained attorney. And despite all of the juggling I've been doing over the years, every time I put my mind to something, I have earned high honors and at each level of my education. And every time I have committed to a project, I have done excellent work and followed through and committed. And I live by 3 mantras: be professional, be prepared, and fulfill public service. So you'll see all my environmental activities are related to public service. For the county, I was at the Department of Agriculture Weights and Measures as a graduate student worker, and that was under the realm of the California EPA Department of Pesticide Regulation and other regulatory bodies. And then I was at the city attorney's office.
Ms. Schlick, please conclude your comments. Your time has ended.
Yes, I also was recently published this week in For the Records on SB 1383 and getting organics out of landfills. And this is how it's related to all my zero waste work is related to through Cal Recycle. It's also related to California Air Resources Board because we share the same concern over short-lived climate pollutants such as methane.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, do you have any questions for Ms. Schlick?
I do, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead. And I'm going to ask the same question to the next folks. So Ms. Schlick, I thank you for applying. I'm going to have the same question. And I know you mentioned that there's no conflicts that you see, but have you represented the industry navigate through permitting processes before?
No.
No, okay. So there wouldn't be any conflicts. So you feel pretty solid about that.
Yes, and if for some reason the nonprofit that I serve with, Zero Waste San Diego, I serve in a pro bono capacity. If for some reason they were ever before the board, same as the previous applicant, in order to deal with that conflict, because I work closely with Zero Waste San Diego, I would abstain from any votes for counsel to the board about.
Okay.
Their.
Are you their legal counsel, the Zero Waste?
I'm on their executive board as their board secretary, so it's kind of their legal counsel, but I do try hard because as a member of an executive board, it's kind of like if I were legal counsel, I'd be advising myself. So when needed, I advise them to get outside counsel at times.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Member Elo?
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's a similar follow-up. Hi, Allison. The question is, whether or not just because the potential of zero waste being before being before y'all, but issues that they've taken a position on, if either of those two possibilities create the possibility of you having a substantial number of conflicts if you were to be appointed.
I do not believe I would have a substantial number of conflicts, no. I believe for the most part, these are complementary organizations and like Cal Recycle and California Air Resources Board. I believe they tend to have complementary issues, and Zero Waste follows quite closely along with its, we're a nonprofit, but we follow along quite closely with Cal Recycle and other similar governing boards. About waste.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other members have any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, we appreciate you. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. I would ask that Suzanne Varco, please turn on your video and unmute yourself at this time. You will have 2 minutes to provide your statement. Please self-regulate your time. We would call forward Suzanne Varco at this time. Madam Chair, it looks like Suzanne Varco is no longer on the line.
Okay. Those were the 3 folks that had interviewed for this, that were interested in this role now that the public hearing is now closed.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, she just joined.
Okay.
My apologies. I got booted off of the Zoom right as you called me up. So I apologize for my delay. Good afternoon, Chair Vargas and members of the APCD Governing Board. My name is Suzanne Varco. I am a partner at Varco and Rosenbaum Environmental Law Group. I've been practicing law for 29 years, 25 of which has been devoted exclusively to environmental law. So I have a lot of years of experience in this realm. I saw the announcement for the position, and having been before numerous boards, public and, well, most public boards, it occurs to me that the most useful time is spent in talking with board members who are knowledgeable and experienced in a particular area and understand the issues. And that's what drove me to apply for this. I think the county and the public who come before the hearing board deserve to have experienced and knowledgeable people deciding their complex issues. And as we know, environmental issues, and particularly air issues, are in fact complex issues requiring specific experience to fully comprehend the various nuances and potential impacts associated with the decisions being made. With respect to conflicts, yes, I do represent private entities, and yes, I do represent clients in the industry. I have had several matters that have been resolved with APCD staff, and I pride myself on being able to work with my clients and APCD staff to resolve those before they ever get to a hearing board. But as with the other candidates, certainly to the extent that one of my clients or matters I had any involvement with came to the hearing board, I would absolutely recuse myself from any discussion of the matter, much less a vote on it. I am currently a member of the IEA. I know many of you are familiar with that group, and Jack Monger was on talking earlier about one of the issues. As well as other groups in the industry and in the environmental realm as well. So I do feel like I understand air issues and more generally environmental issues. I've got a long history in those areas and feel confident that I could make a contribution to this hearing board. I appreciate your consideration of my application and welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn over to Member Gomez and then Member Ila Rivera.
Thank you. I think you're already, you know what my question is, being that I asked it before. So I'll skip it since I already know what the answer is. And I think I'm going to get to Councilmember Ila Rivera's question. Can you speak to us about just in previous years, just so I can get a sense of how many clients have you represented in front of, being that you have a direct connection to APCD?
I do. I probably would say maybe we've had, or I personally have had a dozen clients over the 25 years that have had some issue with respect to APCD, either working through APCD on permitting issues, or more particularly, my clients come to me when they have enforcement issues that we're trying to resolve. I do have clients that come to APCD. A lot of my clients do soil vapor mitigation projects where we require permits to operate the equipment. And so there's general things like that that are more over-the-counter type permits and not really involving any hearing level type of work. So sort of varied, and probably I would say a dozen clients that have been to APCD staff with enforcement issues, or to the prior hearing board.
Okay, thank you. So, and being that you made reference to the item that the board took upon earlier, which was the adoption of the MCAS, can you give me your perspective on? I know the group that you are a member of, IEA, had issues and was actually cautioning us and moving forward because of some of the late changes. Just wondering what your position would be.
I can't take a position on that. I did not work with the IEA on reviewing that particular issue, and would be speaking out of turn to try and speak on their behalf, and don't feel that I have reviewed it in enough detail to offer an opinion that would be worthy of this forum.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other member comments, questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Barco, for your time. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public that wish to provide public testimony?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have received no request to speak for this particular category.
Dear Lord, I have no idea what's going on with my computer. I was booted out. Now I'm back. All right. I'm just gonna take every minute at a time. So you said no, Madam Clerk? I'm sorry, I missed you. I was booted out of the.
Oh, no worries. That is correct. There are no members of the public wishing to address the board under this particular category.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And so with that, the public hearing is now closed for the attorney member position, and the floor is now open for discussion. Before any motion is made, would any of the governing board members like to state the names of the preferred applicants so that we can have any board recommendations? Member Gomez, you have your hand up, and then Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yeah, thank you. And I definitely want to express my gratitude to all the applicants for applying and volunteering in this hearing board. So I appreciate that. My recommendation from my stance within all the three applicants, my number one pick is Allison Schlick, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I think there's less conflict there, and I am worried about that. So because of that would be my appointment.
Okay. Ms. Sanchez, Vice Chair. You're muted, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to say that we did have some, three good candidates, and I actually would be, I listen, and of course I am an attorney, so I do understand conflicts. And I did listen. Thank you very much for the questions about the conflicts. I thought that Ms. Ocampo explained very well, and what could possibly come up, but it sounded so vague, and so probably, it sounded to me like it would not really be that big of an issue. I would actually like the our members to consider Ms. Ocampo, and then Ms. Schlick. I was certainly I really thought that she was good too, so I would suggest that she would be the alternate. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
have two recommendations. Other members who have recommendations? Ms. Martinez.
I don't have a, yes, thank you. I thank you, Chair. I don't have a different recommendation. I also, my first pick would be Allison Schlick, and also I just, mainly the concern of the potential conflicts of interest. So I think out of all three, and I appreciate all three of them applying, she would be my first choice.
Mr. Medina, you all can read lips.
Yes, Chair, and I would,
I'm really sorry.
I would like to second Member Gomez and Member Martinez's choice for Allison Schlick as the next audit attorney member of the hearing board.
All right, so we have okay. Are there any other member comments? So actually that's a motion. So Member Gomez made a motion and it was seconded by Ms. Martinez, right?
Well, we can consider that a second.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, and then we have, so why don't we go ahead and call the roll on that vote?
Madam Chair, could I suggest that we also have the alternate of Ms. Ocampo, or did you want to just vote on the one person?
No, we can do that. If you would, Member Gomez, accept that friendly amendment?
Are we doing alternates?
Yes.
We have the opportunity. We don't necessarily have to do an alternate, but we have the opportunity to do an alternate.
I think the way the procedure is set up is that we would vote for the primary member first and then have a separate vote for the alternate.
So actually, just so you know, the way the motion has been described to me is that there's a motion and a second to appoint so-and-so for the attorney member of the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District Governing Board, and person number 2 as the alternate attorney member of the San Diego County Air Pollution Hearing Board. That was a recommendation, but it doesn't have to be that way. We can do 2 separate motions depending what you want to do.
Yeah, I'm fine having the alternate as well. And I would be okay with Hazel Ocampo being the alternate to Allison Schlick. That would be the motion.
Okay, Member Martinez, are you okay with that?
Yes, I'll accept that.
All right, so why don't we go ahead and call for the motion, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Chair Vargas. Member Burkbeck Garcia?
Yes.
Member Bush? Member Ilo Rivera?
Yes.
Member Fletcher? Member Gomez?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Medina?
Yes.
Member Shu?
Yes.
Member Whitburn? Vice Chair Sanchez?
Sanchez, aye.
Chair Vargas?
Vargas, yes.
Thank you. That motion passes with those board members who are present voting aye.
Thank you very much. And so I want to just do a check-in. We have 2 more to do. We have the medical professional member position, and we also have the public member position. And just want to make sure that I can keep quorum through the rest of these. And is everybody okay with that? Okay, fantastic. I just want to make sure we're also very mindful of the folks who've been waiting this whole time for this. So we're grateful. And again, thank you for everyone that applied for the attorney member role, and welcome to Ms. Allison and Ms. Ocampo to these roles. All right, Madam Clerk, please begin the interviews for the public member position. I'm sorry, for the medical professional member position. Applicants will be called in alphabetical order, and we will go ahead and do the same process where once you will have 2 minutes to give your update, and then we'll ask questions. Madam Clerk, is there anything else?
Nope. Thank you. I would ask that Samantha Hurst, please turn on your video and unmute yourself at this time. You will have 2 minutes to provide your statement. Please be sure to self-regulate your time.
All right, Ms. Hurst.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Chair Vargas and Vice Chair Sanchez and members of the board for this opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I am a public health researcher at the Herbert Wertheim School of Public Health at UCSD. My area of expertise focuses in behavioral health, primarily in health equity, and in social health disparities. The work that I've had the privilege of doing with so many families throughout San Diego, including families in tribal areas as well as underserved areas within the county and city, largely has dealt with the recipient end of individuals within families whose health is suffering as a consequence of being exposed to either social injustices such as lack of healthcare access or explicit environmental risks such as asthma, developmental delays in children, and disabilities in learning. I feel very strongly about this position as much as my work involves behavioral health, and I feel that perhaps more of the social component of public health is not something that is often brought onto a board. It might be more explicitly biological. It might be more explicitly more biochemically based, but as a social scientist who works with families and is hopefully making a difference in helping them adjust to ways in which we can work with them to intervene important interventions that improve their health. I hope that this board is sensitive to that issue, and I believe that I'm in a very positive situation, both as a member of UCSD, but a member of the general community to work effectively on the APCD hearing board. So I thank you for your time and allowing me to share.
Thank you. Are there any questions from our board members? Member Gomez and then Member Ilo Rivera.
Thank you. It's actually a different question. And I actually appreciate this seat because I think it's very critical to the work that we do, just in terms of, monitoring air quality. And right now, it seems like there's a big emphasis from this board to really tackle the hotspots. So from that perspective, and I know that, this is for a hearing board, how would you, if you have a case in front of you, just if you can, think about it, what would be how would you look at that case from that lens of the healthcare, the medical, from a medical lens? If you can speak to us on that.
Certainly. One of the things that is of great concern to me, which is a reason why I also applied for the public member position, is that I am greatly concerned that there is not enough being done proactively to inform and if not to educate the general public about the risks in which their neighborhoods sit and the ways in which they can more proactively in their own lives take greater agency to protect their health. So as someone who does health disparities research, that's primarily the lens that I use within my research to look at where the injustices are coming from, both the literal sense of pollutants, if you would, as well as the institutional injustices that are keeping people locked in a state of either no information or misinformation or lack of access to better health.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ilo Rivera and then Member Beck Christie.
Thank you, Chair. Just a simple question with, again, respect to conflicts. Just wondering whether or not you anticipate any of your professional or personal relationships resulting in any conflicts if you were to be appointed.
I appreciate the question, but I do not believe that there is anything that I can even imagine that would result in a conflict of interest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Rebecca Garcia.
Member Elo Rivera asked the question I was going to ask. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much. Any other members? Any questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hurst. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Our next interviewee is Daniel Spencer. I would ask that you please turn on your video and unmute yourself at this time. You will have 2 minutes to provide your statement. Please make sure you self-regulate your time.
Hi, I'm Dan Spencer. I am a pediatrician with Southern California Permanente, Kaiser Permanente, here in San Diego. And my background is, well, first of all, I'd like to thank the members of the board for considering my application, taking my time to interview me. This has been a long meeting, and I really appreciate everyone's patience to stick through it with us to get this taken care of. I would like to call out that in my application, I believe on Form 519, I had misinterpreted one of the questions, so I submitted a revised version yesterday. I don't know if members have had a chance to review that, but I did want to call your attention to it. And I did also submit an updated copy of my CV then. So I've been a practicing pediatrician for 20 years, and I split my time 50-50 between primary care pediatrics and urgent care pediatrics after hours care. And so I feel like this has put me over my career on the front lines, and of when environment affects children, and in a variety of forms. I've always had an interest in asthma. I had asthma as a child. I've been involved for over a decade with Kaiser Permanente's asthma programs, both in Los Angeles, San Diego, and regionally. I've been involved with physician outreach and education, patient outreach and education. But what I've discovered is that by doing that, you're sometimes chasing the problem as opposed to getting ahead of the problem. And now that I've really established myself in my career, I'd really like to give back and use those skills in more of a public manner to help get ahead of the problem. And I think some things like the hearing board are ways that we can act to intervene to get ahead of the problem and prevent things from happening in the first place. So I like to say I see firsthand that environmental justice is social justice. I see firsthand, as I believe was alluded to earlier by Dr. Rebecca Garcia, that when we have incidents like the Navy ship fire, we all of a sudden notice that we're getting busy and don't know why. And so I like to think that the main skill that I would bring to this would be to use my clinical knowledge and experience that I've gathered over the years to get a better sense of how something that's being proposed would truly impact the health of children, and use that to make recommendations and give guidance. I'd like to thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions from our board members? Member Gomez?
Yeah, I just thank you for applying, Mr. Spencer. And the question that I have would be the same question that I posed to Ms. Sam Hertz. And that would be in relation to the representation to the medical field and this hearing board. How would you, through the lens of, the seat that you're would possibly could hold, how would you hear these cases? What would be your judgment in terms of the importance of hearing these?
I think my North Star, if you will, would be how will what I am hearing affect the health of children? And I think I would look at it through everything through that lens, whether it's an air pollutant, whether it's potentially something that's more industrial, drawing on my experience treating kids that were affected by the Exide battery plant in Los Angeles or in Los Angeles County. I really think that would be my guiding principle. Of course, I'm going to listen to the pros and the cons of everything, and I'm going to listen to the evidence, but how will my experience seeing what has happened to children over 20 years of my career, how will what's being proposed impact that? And I really believe that's my guidance, is what's going to guide me in terms of making any recommendations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Member Elo Rivera?
Thank you, Chair. Same question. So just as to whether or not you have any professional or personal relationships that you foresee potentially creating conflicts for you if you were to be appointed.
None that I foresee immediately. The only one that I could really conceive of would be as if Kaiser Permanente were to be applying for something. Although I know as an organization, we try very hard to do things in the most environmentally conscious way possible. But if that were to come up, or really anything else, I would certainly recuse myself or abstain depending on the situation.
Thank you.
Member Medina?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, doctor, for applying. Doctors are very busy people. And I was just curious as to how do you expect the time commitment that is the hearing boards, meetings, could potentially conflict with your medical practice, and how would you handle that?
Yeah, well, that is one of the advantages of splitting my time 50-50 between after hours and primary care. There's always a need for evening and weekend care. So I've been able to carve out my schedule to have weekdays available for the board's work, and to whenever something comes up that needs to be taken care of during the week, I can always work on the weekend, and our organization's large enough that it allows me to make changes relatively quickly.
So just to put a fine point on it, you would try and attend most of the meetings, if not all of the meetings?
I would do it. I would, because there's a calendar that's known well enough in advance. I would just schedule myself to make myself available. I would make myself be there. This would be the priority.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I'm not going to call anybody out for having their hands up when they already asked questions. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes interviews for the medical professional member.
All right. Are there any public comments for this category?
No, we have received no public comment for this category.
All right. So at this time, I am concluding the. Yes.
Madam Chair, I just had a question. I mean, in the package, there was another applicant, Christine James.
Ms. James withdrew her application.
Oh, she did. Okay. I wasn't
due to
aware of
scheduling
it.
conflict. Yes.
Got it. Okay.
And then I also, just to clarify, they did, the staff from APCD did call folks with sufficient amount of time to ask them to come to today's hearing and stuff. So I just want to make sure that I recognize the team at APCD for doing all this work to make sure that people were here. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and conclude the public hearing for the medical professional member position, and the floor is now open for discussion. Before any motion is made, would any of the governing board members like to state the names of the preferred applicants? Member Sanchez, and then Member Gomez, Vice Chair Sanchez, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, these are really, really great applicants. It seemed to me, based on really reading the fine print, boy, some of this writing was really small, that Mr. Spencer has actually been following along the APCD personally, and then through his association with the San Diego Pediatricians for Clean Air. He really seemed to be very, across the board, very effective at different levels, and he certainly did. He certainly did impress me a lot. I would be suggesting Mr. Spencer to fill the position, and then to have Ms. Hurst as the alternate. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Member Gomez, and then Member Berkham Garcia, and
Yeah.
then Ms. Medina.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a question, because I also did see that one of the applicants, Sam Hertz, also applied for the public seat. So if we were to appoint her as an alternate, then she wouldn't be considered as a a possibility of appointing her on the public seat?
I think legal counsel would have to answer that question.
That's correct. So if you appoint her as an alternate here, you couldn't also appoint her as a public member.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. That's pretty clear. So my recommendation is appointing Dan Spencer in this seat and leaving blank the potential alternate.
But just to clarify, I think Ms. Ocampo also applied for public member and we didn't check that one off. But okay, let me hear from Mr.
That's right.
Garcia and then Medina, and then you can go ahead and make the motion.
Okay.
I want to also follow up with Member Gomez. I would like to support Dan Spencer for the hearing board seat and leave Sam Hurst. Sorry, I don't want her. Sorry. Dan Spencer for the seat and then leave the alternate open, please.
Mr. Medina, thank you.
Yes, and I would support Member Gomez and Members Berber Garcia's motion. If the vice chair would like to amend her motion.
Yeah, yes, I'm happy to amend. I just assumed that if we were to appoint Ms. Sam Hurst, Samantha Hurst, that it would be like, she would have to choose and she should probably take off, not be the alternate for this. So yes, I'm willing to amend the motion or amend my recommendation to Mr. Dan Spencer.
Paula, let me ask Paula, do you have something to share?
Sure, yes, just to clarify what I said earlier, she could choose to reject the alternate appointment. If you appoint her to the alternate and then subsequently appoint her to the public, she could choose to withdraw as the alternate for the medical seat. Sorry, I didn't clarify that before, Vice Chair.
Got it. That makes more sense.
Go ahead.
Yes.
So I'm sorry for making this more complicated. Then I'll go ahead and support the motion as is, and then leaving it, if they were to go in that route, leaving it up to her to make the decision. But then that also brings another question. Chair Vargas, you mentioned that Ms. Hazel Campo applied for this one as well?
No, she applied for the public member one.
Ah, got it. Okay.
So I think that Ms. Paula Forbes, she actually cleared up. So I think I'm going to go with Mr. Shu, and then I'll go to Member Berkham Garcia. We are on mute, sir.
I think my issues were brought up with regards to the alternate and stuff. I'll just make one quick comment. I'm thankful we have some really well qualified applicants for these positions. I think it's going to make it even tougher when we get to the public positions. So just a side comment. Thank you.
No problem. Member Berkham Garcia, anything else to add?
No further comment. Thank you.
Okay, so the way the public hearings work is that every governing board member is supposed to make recommendations and then we make the official motion. So I want to just follow protocol so I don't get in trouble with my attorneys. And so now, Vice Chair Sanchez, would you like to make your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we appoint Daniel Spencer to the medical position and also appoint Samantha Hurst to the alternate, understanding that she could choose to not accept that should she be appointed in a different way.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right. Second by Mr. Medina. Madam Clerk, would you like to call the roll, please?
Thank you, Chair Vargas. Member Birkbeck Garcia?
Yes.
Member Bush? Member Elo Rivera?
Yes.
Member Fletcher? Member Gomez?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Medina?
Yes.
Member Shu?
Yes.
Member Whitburn? Vice Chair Sanchez?
Sanchez, aye.
Chair Vargas?
Vargas, aye.
Thank you. That motion passes with those board members who are present voting aye.
And again, thank you so much for all those interested in this opportunity. We're looking forward to having you serve in this capacity. Madam Clerk, can we please begin the interviews for the public member position? And I know that applicants will be called in alphabetical order. Just to clarify, I have 11 members who are supposed to be interviewed. Can you confirm that that's the number that you have and that each one of them has 2 minutes?
Wow. I have 8 members. Our applicant Antoine Assion, I believe is how you pronounce his name, has withdrawn their application, as well as Samuel Akinyemi.
Okay. So Antoine and Samuel.
Antoine Assion and Samuel Akinyemi. Akinyemi.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I still have 9, but I'll go with your number.
And then we're also still including Hazel Ocampo, since she applied for 2.
And so is this and Samantha Hurst, right? If both of them are
and
still
Samantha Hurst.
Okay. All right. So I have 8 people. I have 9 on mine, but I'm going to go with your number. And if there anybody's missing, they can just go ahead and let us know. So I will go ahead and turn it over to you, Madam Clerk, and then just remind folks that they have 2 minutes, and then we'll go through questions, and then we'll make the decision.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask that Scott Cohen, please turn on your video at this time and unmute yourself. You will have 2 minutes to provide your statement. Please self-regulate your time.
No. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Can you see me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Hello, honorable board members. My name is Scott Cohen. I'm a San Diego native. I grew up in University City, where I attended high school. I graduated from UC Santa Barbara with a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. I have 3 children, Kiana, Celeste, and David, ages 28, 13, and 11. I currently live in Linda Vista, near the San Diego Cooperative Charter School, where Celeste and David attend. There are other community services I could perform, but this one I am specially qualified for. In fact, for a short time, I previously served as an alternate to the professional engineer slot on the hearing board. My career has primarily consisted of working for small environmental, health, and safety consulting companies. Although the companies may have changed, I've worked for the same 3 individuals for over 25 years. Being in a small company, I was afforded the opportunity to work on a variety of issues for a diverse group of industrial and government clientele. Work that I performed and relationships that I built have enabled me to become a professional engineer in the state of California and a certified industrial hygienist. I can provide a resume if anyone's interested, but suffice it to say, I have a pretty well-rounded background in EHS matters, and I'm an expert in air quality and health risk assessment. I've worked in San Diego County with staff at the Air District since 2008. For 5 years, from 2012 to 2017, I chaired what was then called the Air Pollution Permit Streamlining Committee / Compliance Improvement Team meetings between the Air District and industry. I'm on a first name basis with many APCD staff, and I believe we share mutual respect for each other and for each other's work. I have extensive experience working in other air districts, and I participate in industrial associations where I've been involved in drafting comment letters on bills and regulations and so on. In essence, my job is to provide more certainty in client decision-making by predicting what the air district will do in certain situations.
Mr. Cohen, please conclude your comments. Your time has ended.
I will. I would like to be on the hearing board because I want to serve the community, and I believe that service to the hearing board would provide the most benefit I could hope to give. If appointed to the hearing board, I would understand and help others understand the complexities and nuances of arguments offered to the hearing board by asking clarifying questions and knowing the APCD rulebook, policies, procedures, and some precedents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any questions? Yes, Member Gomez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cohen, for applying. I do have a question, and that was based on something you just said. Who would be the community that you would be representing from your lens in this board?
From my lens, you know, I could serve soup in a soup kitchen, or I could do this. You know, right now, well, let me first say that the conflict of interest question that you didn't ask me. You know, the hearing board has certain things that they need to decide whether there's a rule that governs how they act. And so the lens I prefer is just fairness. I don't have a particular dog in the fight. All I want is equity amongst the companies, amongst the people. I want everybody to be heard, and I want a level playing field for that. I want the best science applied, and that's all really anybody can ask for. And so from my perspective, I've been doing this 25 years. I have not once had a client that had to go to the hearing board. Not once. So the question about, am I conflicted? Is that a question about, do my loyalties lie with industry or with the Barrio Logan people? And I am here to say that my loyalties lie with lady law and fairness. And to the extent that certain people are due certain payback, they should get it. But I really think that following the rules that are in place for the hearing board is the answer here. And I don't really think there is a conflict. Should one of my clients go to the hearing board? Yes, I would be conflicted and I would have to abstain, and rightfully so. But it hasn't happened yet. And looking back on how many hearings there have been, it's unlikely to happen in the future. So I'm not sure that I understand the question, or you know what I'm saying? That's what I just want people to be treated fairly and have a predictable outcome. And if they're at the hearing board, they're already somewhere over that rainbow. So that's what I want.
Okay, thank you.
Member Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Cohen didn't really give us a chance to ask the question.
I can answer it again.
No, that's all right.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time. Sorry about my mute.
Thank you for hearing me.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next interviewee would be Michael Fenton. Michael Fenton, could you please turn on your video and unmute yourself at this time? You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. It looks like Mr. Fenton is not present.
Okay.
We'll move on to Jose Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, I would ask that you turn on your video and unmute yourself at this time. You will have 2 minutes to provide your statement. Please self-regulate your time.
We can't hear you, Mr. Gonzalez.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and apply for this position. These last few days, I've been brainstorming to come out with an opening statement. I was listening to KPBS, and I heard that if we improve the air quality today, children who are in kindergarten will see the benefits by the time they're in their mid-30s. I felt anger and remorse when I heard this. I asked myself, how did I get here? Why haven't I done more to stop this? And I then answered myself with the known saying, it takes for good people to do nothing, for evil to win. I don't see myself as a holy or righteous person, but I don't see myself as evil either. I see myself as a human, probably too human. And that's probably why I'm here, making a fool of myself by sharing the following ideas that may sound like pipe dreams. Before I get into the ideas, I was also asking one of my daughters for assistance on the opening statement regarding air pollution. And she said the perfect word. She says, air pollution sucks, the end. And leave me alone, I'm busy. In our region, the poor air quality is caused by the ozone that becomes trapped in the atmosphere and particle pollution. And it's linked to health problems and deaths related to heart and lung disease. The immediate solutions are to start using more renewables, to cut down on emissions, and to move to zero emissions. Additionally, I would like to add that we should and we could help our neighbors across the border to the south address and confront the threat to public health if we create a green infrastructure in the form of regional parks and artificial forests that could be linked possibly and managed by the existing regional parks management systems that exist in the county. They could possibly be funded by taxes on vehicles that cross the US-Mexico border and by taxes on city vehicles that are using petroleum-based fuels. The funds could be used to lease or purchase land to create these artificial forests, and we can also use those forests, we can harvest them to manufacture end products that are non-petroleum based and that are not imported from overseas. This idea concept, it already exists in Mexico. It's called parques de papel or paper parks, because that's just where it stayed. It just stayed as a paper park.
Mr. Gonzalez, I would ask that you conclude your comments. Your time has
discussed this
ended.
with an architect who we were discussing land use. She thinks it's a viable plan.
Mr. Gonzalez, your time is up. Can you go ahead and conclude your comments, please?
Ma'am, yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here and address you and share these ideas with you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm going to open it up for questions. Colleagues? Member Gomez?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for applying and for actually bringing in your daughter into your testimony. My question is going to be the same question because I'm trying to be fair. Being that I stated the question about who would be the public that you would represent in your perspective in the hearing board.
I think I would represent, I'm sorry, the underserved communities binationally, basically, that don't get enough investment as far as trees, basically, and vegetation to offset some of this ozone. That's who I think I would be representing.
Okay, thank you.
Member Evo?
Thank you, Chair. Same question for consistency's sake. Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for applying. Do you have any personal or professional relationships that you think could create conflicts for you if you were to be appointed?
No, I don't think I have any personal relationships or professional relationships that would create a conflict for me.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you so much for your time, and please thank your daughter for being so honest. She's totally right. So we appreciate you. All right, so thank you. And Madam Clerk, the next person, please.
Thank you. The next interviewee is Nina Gold. I would ask that you please turn on your video now and unmute yourself at this time. You will have 2 minutes to provide your statement to the board. Please be sure to self-regulate your time.
Hi. Let's see here. Hello?
Hi,
yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
I'm trying. I'm really trying. It says my video was lost. So I am really sorry. Oh, maybe I'm back. I don't know. I don't think so.
You're there.
You are, but we can barely see you.
I can't see myself. Anyway, here in the darkness, from the darkness emanates the voice of Nina Fernandez Gould. I am a graduate of UCSD. I'm also a native San Diegan. I live in Alpine, and Alpine, we're at the inversion layer. We get a lot of wildfires, as you know. And so I have been involved in the community since my children were born. Why? Because I feel I know I need to make a world that they can exist in. So right now, the young people, my daughter's age, she's 26, she's a graduate from Berkeley in astrophysics, but she's going into climate science. Why? Because she says, why go out into the universe when we have to take care of what is here? And I completely agree with her. So I need to be the person who steps up. And I thank you all for being here. And I thank the courage of everybody who is still online and who is listening to these words now. Thank you for your courage to step up and help our city and our children. As I mentioned, I am a native San Diegan. I have lived at the beach, in the beach area. I have lived around the port area, and now I live in East County. So I have seen the congestion, and I am old enough to remember when I used to look at LA and their skies and say, I am so glad we're in San Diego. But now that grayness has come to San Diego. So what do we do about it? We need to step up. This is why I would love to be part of the board. And thank you for listening, hearing me out. I have worked with, as a community outreach, well, for many, many years, I was in risk management in the financial field. So then I started doing outreach and teaching. So outreach and sustainability in my community of Alpine. I have worked with the tribes, with the businesses, with the San Diego County, with the schools, and with the media, always trying to minimize our travel and make it easier, as well as improve our water, our air, and our comfort in our lives. We don't have to go rushing around looking for it for everywhere.
Ms. Gould, if you could please conclude your comments, your time has ended.
Thank you very much. And thank you all again for sitting with us through this. It's been a long day. I have a very dear friend of mine who recently passed away. And she was always saying that the difference between where we are now and where she is now is just a breath away. Just a breath away. And that's what we're fighting for here. We're fighting to improve our air quality. And I appreciate you listening to me and considering me. I know that there are many, many qualified candidates. So, but thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your time. Member Gomez and Member Ido Rivera.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Gould, Nina Gould, for applying. My question is going to be the same. In relation to being the community, the representative as a public member, how would you define the community that you would be representing? Through what lens would you view some of the hearings that would be in front of you?
Well, I live in Alpine. We, again, are at the inversion layer. So we get the pollution that comes up, stays at 2,000 feet. I live here in this house that you cannot see where I am at 2,500 feet. So the pollution does not just sit at 2,000 feet. It comes up a little bit. It comes up to my area so that you can smell whatever's happening down in the city. Vice versa, when we have a fire coming through here, it moves through. I feel like I'm the exterior part of San Diego before we get to the desert. I feel like I am in the wind tunnel that comes through over the mountains to the city. Now, this is all my city. I have lived here always. I also would be representing the people who are out in the outback in the East County. I would be representing the open spaces. I would be representing the idea for sustainability, such as recharging our water. The wonderful thing about being out here is our water doesn't go down a drain and into the ocean. It goes back into our land, which is a marvelous thing. So in that way, it's a different perspective than being closer to the city. It's being further out and the things that we have to deal with out here, because everything flows from here, from the deserts over the mountains through here and to the city of San Diego. So
thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Member Elo Rivera?
Thank you, Chair. Just again, if you have any personal or professional relationships that could create a conflict for you if you were to be appointed to the board.
Personal and professional, I do not have any conflicts except for, trying to do the best we can for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we really appreciate your time. And we're going to go to our next interviewee, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you. I would ask that Samantha Hurst, please turn on your video and unmute yourself at this time. You will have 2 minutes to provide your statement to the board. Please self-regulate your time.
I'd like to first thank the board for indulging me a second time. I appreciate your flexibility with this. In applying for both positions, I must say that there were a number of factors that have motivated me to step up and to make myself available. You've already heard about my work as a public health researcher with vulnerable communities. I have found that one more indulgence I'd like to ask of you is I understand the appeal of talking about children's health, particularly around environmental issues, but I've also done a fair amount of research with communities in which elder health has decompensated greatly because of environmental hazards, because of traffic-related pollutants that exist in their communities. So I do hope that that is a consideration that is always on the board or is on the table for the board as you approach the work that you do. But as a public member, I'm a lifelong resident of San Diego County. I'm a current resident in the city of Santee. My present home is located roughly a mile's distance from the entrance to the Sycamore landfill. And it was just recently, several months into this new year, that my neighborhood was informed about a 2013 health risk assessment study that was done on the landfill and only brought to the attention of my neighborhood this year about increasing levels of arsenic and diesel particulates. My concern was not merely for myself because of my most immediate proximity, but the arc of that exposure span further out into the city of Santee itself. So as a consequence of that, as well as the work I do in public health as a professor, it was not difficult for me to see that I have a responsibility, and both as a resident and as a professor. I'd also like to make what might seem like a unusual acknowledgement, and that acknowledgement is that the County of San Diego, and most certainly the city of Santee, exists on the traditional land of the first people of this region, the Kumeyaay, and in North County, the Luiseno people, who have nurtured and cultivated this region for more than 12,000 years. Stating this acknowledgement is personally important to me as a scientist and as a resident, because I feel that it's necessary for us and for you as a board to take responsibility for honoring our local Native communities, as well as lifting our awareness to the responsibility and the stewardship that you have in your undertaking on this board to protect what is left of what was once theirs. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and open it up for questions. Member Gomez and then Member Hilo Rivera.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you once again, Ms. Hertz, for applying. It'll be the same question, just in terms of the representation from the public. Who would be the community from your lens that you would be reviewing some of these hearing cases that might come in front of you if you were to get appointed?
Right, thank you for the question. I do believe that a strong interest that I have is certainly for the city of Santee, I'm sorry. Not only because of the issues that are going on in the landfill, but many of the issues that we've had recently within this community with regard to housing development, new housing development, and the concerns that that would have or could pose if, again, some of this backfill dirt were to also contain contaminants that the community is not aware of. So the city of Santee and East County would be a residential priority for me. But as a researcher, I have to say that I continue to work with vulnerable communities, including tribal communities throughout the county. And so I would always have an eye open to any vulnerable area where people are not well enough informed and not protected and not defended by the problems that they may incur as a result of where they live.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Hurst answered my question in her previous time through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hurst, for your time. We appreciate it. All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your next interviewee is Hazel Ocampo. I would ask that you please turn on your video and that you would please turn on your video and unmute yourself at this time. You will have 2 minutes to provide your statement. Please be sure to self-regulate your time.
Hello, Hazel Ocampo here. I'd like to stick with the alternate position that I was appointed to, if that's okay.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks.
All right, that was easy. All right, next. Thank you so much, Ms. Ocampo, for applying and for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask that Christopher Pernicano please turn on your video at this time and unmute yourself. You will have 2 minutes to provide your statement to the board. Please be sure to self-regulate your time.
Good evening. Can you see me?
We can see and hear you.
Okay. Well, good evening, Madam Chair Vargas and the members of the board that are present. My name is Chris Pernicano. I'm a native San Diegan. I've been in business in San Diego for 30 years with 22 years of successful compliance as far as my machines go and at the state and local levels. So I've been made aware of this position through an APCD inspector that knows my passion for compliance and, just complying with SWEP and clean air. I come from an Italian Hispanic background and fully understand where needs are not being met for small underserved businesses. I have many views on how to reach these businesses. I've found a passion for, for a clean environment for the generations to come. I feel I'd be a great fit for this position because of my extensive experience in bringing all my companies to compliance, as well as helping countless others attain compliance, whether it's at the state or local level. So I thank you for allowing me to interview for this position. I am passionate about being a good fit for this position, as I think we need a businessman that has extensive experience with spending his resources to comply. And I just thank you for your time. I know it's getting late, and that's it for me. Any questions?
Member Gomez? Oh my God, we have a puppy now.
Yeah, no, I have two. So they're getting antsy.
Gomez and then Member Elo Rivera.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Permicano, I believe, and I apologize for mispronouncing it. Thank you for applying. My same question would be, who would be the community per se that you would be representing, or that you would be seeing some of these cases that might come in front of you if you were to be appointed? How would you evaluate it? Who would be the client, the clients or community? I would say community, because this is not a client seat.
Well, I believe that I'm a fit in many areas. And to give you an example, I have 3 businesses, and one of them I'm an equipment dealer. So I deal with all aspects of the construction industry, and whether they're big businesses, small businesses, and it's advantageous for me to walk them through air compliance. So I'm reaching that market. I also have a passion for lower served communities. I grew up in Linda Vista. I did not grow up in the East County. I know you recognize my last name. I am a Pernicano, but I grew up in the inner city, and I have a passion for that. Volunteered. My kids went to Kearney High School, volunteered at Father Joe's. And there was a time when our businesses were nominated for the Blue Sky Award. So that was a great accomplishment just to be nominated. And the other answer to your question is, I don't have an agenda. I don't have loyalty. I want to see what's fair. I want to reach the communities that are underserved, and the companies that are running around, they're not compliant. So there are ways to be compliant, and let's reach them and teach them not to be scared to be compliant. There are resources available to help them. If I did it, they can do it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's the same question. It does sound like you have a pretty substantial network. So I'm curious if you think you have any personal or professional relationships that could result in you having a conflict if you were to be appointed to the board.
That's a good question, and it could appear that way. But like I said, I'm a national sales representative. We were Dealer of the Year across the country. So I have a very big interest in remaining neutral, whether it's my competition. I don't have an agenda. I want to see everybody succeed, and I can't get involved with conflict of interest. I'm selling machines. I'm servicing contractors. I truly have a focus for clean air and a cleaner environment, and I do well right now serving both sides, and I think I would do well in this position.
Just a quick follow-up to that. Could someone who you have sold or would hope to sell equipment to in the future potentially come before you at the board? Or
Sure.
in a hearing, I should say.
Sure. That's a great question. And I'm putting my livelihood on the line to serve the members of the community in a board member aspect as far as the hearing board, because that could adversely affect my dealership. You know, it wouldn't affect my position as a hearing board member, but it could. And I'm so passionate about being neutral and fair that I believe I would serve the community right in that position, that I'm willing to put my career on the line for that. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's actually a reverse type of a situation where it could cause a problem with the customer, and I'm willing to sacrifice that. I'm good at it. So,
thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pernicano. Anybody else from the board? Being none, we appreciate your time. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your last interviewee is Thomas Rappolt. I would ask that you please turn on your video at this time and unmute yourself. You will have 2 minutes to provide your statement to the board. Please be sure to self-regulate your time.
I'm sorry, it blinked off. Were you asking for me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. Sorry for that delay. I'm currently the active public member of the APCD hearing board and have been on this board for 21 years. And I've been actually chair for almost 10 of those years. So I guess the decision point today is whether you want me to continue or you want to change horses. And I perfectly understand those perspectives. I've lived in San Diego for 44 years. All of those years, I've been an air pollution meteorologist. Really have worked on a national scale on air pollution. Very few clients are actually that I work with in San Diego, mostly out of California, and Northern California has been more of my purview and interaction with clients on air quality issues. I've worked with ARB and training hearing board members in other districts. I've done that actually a couple of times. I've written many papers on air pollution meteorology. My expertise is in dispersion meteorology. Very familiar with what happens when an air pollutant is emitted into the air and is transported downwind and affects people. So I've done many health risk assessments related to that. Lived in this community for 44 years, raised my kids here. They were born here. One is actually designing electric vehicles that you'll probably use in the next 9 years. And the other one is a health professional in pediatrics, someplace else in the country, but very, very, I guess, interested in the effects of cardiopulmonary, injuries. And so they both support me in basically, continuing to work here. So I just wanted to mention that. So other than that, I'll open it up for questions.
Member Gomez and then Member Hilo Rivera, just so we can be fair.
Yes, keep the tradition going. Thank you, Mr. Rappolt.
Rappolt, yes.
Rappolt, yes.
Yep.
Thank you for your service and for applying the position again to be considered. So my question is the same. I'm sure that you've been hearing it. Being that this is the public seat, who would be the community, the public that you would be, if there's some complaints that are coming to, some violations that are coming in front of the board, how would you evaluate that?
Well, having studied, air quality in the local region for years, I mean, I'm absolutely sensitive to those areas that have, environmental justice issues and severely impacted populations. And I think extra consideration needs to be afforded those particular regions. But that's not to neglect other regions of the district that need to comply with air pollution regulations. And this hearing board is not about really my perspective in terms of me being a witness or even an advocate for a certain group. It's really about understanding how we can take someone, an applicant who cannot comply with the regulations, how we can quickly get them back into compliance. because that really is the function of the hearing board here. And so I think that's most important, that that compliance, gets back into under the purview of the APCD and your governing board, and that you can enact rules that basically make air quality better. That's really what this is all about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hilo Rivera?
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious if you've had or anticipate having personal professional conflicts while serving in the capacity that you have, and if you were to be reappointed.
Oh, yes. Over the last 20 years, definitely I've had to recruise myself. And every time I've recused myself, it's not just abstaining from voting, it's removing myself from the actual chamber. And that happened just most recently with the city of San Diego, where I was working a project for them regarding odor issues. And I was helping them trying to resolve the Miramar air, odor issues, and developing a model so they could assess it. So while I was working on that project, I obviously could not even participate in any of the hearings that the city of San Diego, would come forward to the hearing board with.
Thank you. And then one quick follow-up to that. Have you seen the number of times where you've needed to recuse yourself increase or decrease over time, or is it pretty steady?
It's pretty steady. I would say probably over the last 20 years, I've had to recuse myself maybe 5 times.
Okay. Thank you.
We've heard hundreds of cases. So.
Thank you.
And I would rely on my alternate, when that happens. So.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions from the?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, was that the last? That was the last person, correct?
That was the last interviewee, and we have received no requests for public testimony for this category.
Okay. Members, Member Gomez, do you have your hand up, or is it from before? Okay, go ahead.
No, I just want to express my my leaning, actually propose a motion. My motion would be to move forward with nominating Ms. Samantha Hertz and her alternate being Mr. Jose Gonzalez.
Other board member recommendations? Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, it's the end of the long day. I read all of the applicants, and I want to say thank you so much to everyone who applied. It's obvious that there are folks who care about this. And I actually, in having gone through this at a city level where when you know that having expertise and experience ends up being very valued over time. I actually like Mr. Rappolt. For me, it's between Mr. Rappolt and Ms. Hurst. And what I like about Mr. Rappolt is that he could certainly assist others in ensuring that they get the training. And looking at his resume, I was really impressed that he's, written a lot of papers and gotten all the training, and certainly approaches it in a very professional manner. So I like Mr. Rappolt, and otherwise I would like Ms. Samantha Hurst. I think everyone else, I would just have her or him. I don't know if I really have an alternate in mind. Thank you.
Oh, I'm happy to second Member Gomez's recommendation. Mr. Chu and then Mr. Medina.
I'd like to at least support Member Gomez's recommendations for Samantha Hurst as the primary, and Jose Gonzalez as the alternate. And my thinking along those lines, I certainly appreciate Mr. Rapolt's service and his position and his expertise. But this is a public position, and I think that's where we really have to go with this, is getting public input and having representation from the community. And besides, Ms. Hurst was the only candidate so far that mentioned senior citizens, and being the most senior member probably on this board, I'm going to support her inclusion of seniors and the hazards we face. So I think that's helpful. And she brings a different perspective, a real public health perspective, with a lot of experience in that. She knows and wants to represent those communities that are most impacted, and recognize everything from not only seniors, but also the who manage this land, the ancestral land of the Kumeyaay. So I think those are perspectives that are important now as we move forward and change this organization, the APCD, to be very inclusive, as well as be really in touch with communities and the needs of communities. So I'm going to support Ms. Gomez's motion as well. Thank you.
I'll let you go ahead and do the second, Mr. Chu, since you're a member. Mr. Medina?
Thank you, Chair. I also support Ms. Hurst as the member, but I tend to agree with Vice Chair Sanchez that just having one member is what I'm prepared to support in this nomination.
Okay. So Member Martinez.
I had a question. As far as these hearing board members, they are the new members, right? So there are existing board members, right? So we would be adding to that board. It wouldn't be like we're starting from scratch, correct?
I think there's two.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that, because I understand where Vice Chair Sanchez and Member Medina are talking about, having some type of expertise. Being that there are already existing members of the hearing board, I feel comfortable selecting new hearing board members. I am something that I do, my other hat that I wear is leadership development, and I truly believe that making room for new leadership is very important. And I am very much grateful to Mr. Rapolt for his decades of service to the hearing board. I want to say thank you so much. That is a huge time commitment, and I really appreciate it. And knowing that there will be members on the hearing board that have some type of institutional knowledge, I do feel comfortable moving forward with new members. So I would support Member Gomez's suggestion of Ms. Hertz as the primary and the alternate as Mr. Gonzalez.
Any other member comments? So we have a motion and a second. We go ahead and move forward with that. And then if that doesn't go through, then we can go with the second one. Right? Okay. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll? The motion was made by Member Gomez and seconded by Member Chu.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. Member Burkbeck Garcia?
Yes.
Member Bush? Member Elo Rivera?
Yes.
Member Fletcher? Member Gomez?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Medina?
With Member Martinez's leadership development, I like her approach, so I'm voting yes.
Thank you. Member Shu?
Yes.
Member Whitburn? Vice Chair Sanchez?
Sanchez, no.
Chair Vargas?
Vargas, yes.
Thank you. With Vice Chair Sanchez voting no, that motion passes with all other board members who are present voting aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do want to say thank you to every one of the folks who applied for any of these roles today. This is a lot of work, and there is new direction that we are heading in as an APCD board. And so we are very grateful for all the members of the public who are stepping up and participating and engaging in this process. We are very, very grateful and for taking the time. This is, I think, the longest meeting we've had just yet. And so there was a lot to be done. And so I appreciate all the members of the board and for their engagement and for being so present all the way to the end. With that, we are going to be, we're not going to be meeting in August. And our next meeting is going to be on in September. I think, is it September 9th? I don't know. I think I'm confused with the dates, but we'll follow up and let you know what the date is. And we will make sure that you all have the information that you need. And with that, it concludes the business for today. Thank you very much. And again, Mr. Ryder, we won't see you at our September meeting unless you want to come and hang out with us. But I do, everybody has already said thank you to you. But again, please, 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 we appreciate you. We thank you. And thank you for being my partner in this process for like a really short amount of time. But it's been a pleasure to work with you and your team. And you're leaving us in good hands. And we appreciate you.
Oh, I appreciate you right back. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rob. Yay. Thank you.
You're awesome, Rob. Thank you. Thanks for your service.
So much for all your help.
Great career. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a question. Are the members of the hearing board to be sworn in at some later time, or when is their meeting?
Member Medina, I don't have an answer for you, but I will get that for you. So I think we'll make sure that they get sworn in before their next meeting, and I'm sure legal counsel will follow up with them with details and our executive team.
There's actually a separate hearing board counsel that will follow up, as well as our clerk to administer the oath.
Yes,
So.
I will administer the oath before they actually have their first meeting. There's also some training that they need to take place before they're able to do that.
Thank you.
And it's September 9th, Chair Vargas, our next meeting.
It is? Okay.
That's a Thursday. We switched to that Thursday.
You know why I got confused? Because on my talking points it says Friday, so it was just a mistake on my end. So that's why I said I'm just going to hold off and say.
So it's Thursday the 9th of September.
Okay. We'll see you then. Have a wonderful day, and thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful summer. I'm sure I'll see you around.